Both players making 4 centuries in those semi-finals, so thoroughly deserving of a place in the title match. Zhu Ying has the honour of officiating our final today. It's been a great week of snooker. The standard has been sky high, and we're set for a thrilling climax.
接下来有请2005世界冠军得主，目前世界排名第7位，小文墨菲。
Let's welcome the 2005 World Champion, the magician Shaun Murphy.
It's hard to imagine that Murphy has ever played much better than he did in that semi-final comeback against Selby. He was brilliant. But then so was his opponent yesterday against the Rocket.
2019 World Champion. Everyone, please welcome the ace in the pack, Judd.
And he said afterwards that it was nice to stop the rot against O'Sullivan, who'd beaten him 5 times in a row, and to do it in the fashion in which he did was very impressive. So if they can bring their semi-final form to this title match, we're in for something really special.
Welcome Jason Ferguson, Chairman of World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association.
世界斯诺克有限公司首席执行官白西蒙。
Simon Brunel, CEO of World Snooker Limited.
尊敬的各位现场观众、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。在下午场比赛开始前，首先让我们共同来缅怀和纪念斯诺克历史上一位伟大的球员雷·里尔顿先生。他于英国时间2024年7月19号去世，享年91岁。威尔士球员雷·里尔顿被公认为历史上最伟大的斯诺克球员之一，曾在20世纪70年代6次获得世界冠军，与史蒂夫·戴维斯和斯蒂芬·亨德利齐名。在这个特殊的时刻，让我们以沉重的心情，怀着无尽的敬意，向雷·里尔顿先生表达最深切的哀悼。请全体起立，为这位伟大的斯诺克传奇人物默哀1分钟。
Please stand up for a minute of silence in honor of Mr. Ray Reardon, MBE.
各位观众，请落座。
The silence has finished. Please take your seats.
决赛下午场比赛即将开始。
The afternoon session of final will start shortly.
A touching tribute to the great Ray Reardon, who sadly passed away at the age of 91 this weekend. 6 times champion of the world, the oldest ranking event winner. And I'm sure these 2 players will want to put on a show in memory of the great Welshman. So we're ready to go for the Shanghai Masters final. Judd Trump against Shaun Murphy. Both players looking to win this trophy for the first time. Both have been in finals in Shanghai before.
Thank you. The first
10
break.
frames
Judd Trump to break.
in this first session. 11 is the target to be crowned champion. Stephen Hallworth alongside me for this final. Stephen, you won the English Amateur Championship, and I know you're very proud to have your name on that trophy along with the great Ray Reardon.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a touching tribute there, wasn't it? You know, Ray, one of the greats of our game. Nice to see as well the minute silence. It's not necessarily in everyone's culture to do that, but the snooker world coming together for that will be sadly missed, won't he? Yeah, real honour to share that English amateur title. Ray, of course, winning it back in 1964.
Incredibly, he made a century break as recently as last November. Of course, he beat Jimmy White in the 1982 Professional Players Tournament when he was aged 50, and that remains a record, the oldest ranking event winner. And there have been warm tributes from the top players in the game in the wake of the news, including Judd Trump, who paid a very nice tribute after his victory yesterday over O'Sullivan. He said he meant a lot to everyone in the game, especially the Welsh players. They owe a lot to him. I think you've seen how much respect he has from Ronnie O'Sullivan and Mark Williams. You can tell what he means to all of the players. He's a legend, someone that will go down in the history books of Welsh sport. He is the flag bearer for Welsh snooker. It's a sad day, and best wishes to all of his friends and family. And I know those comments would be echoed by Shaun Murphy, who was delighted to receive the Ray Reardon trophy from the great man himself when he won the title back in 2020. In terms of the head-to-head between this pair, Trump leads overall by 14 victories to 9, and he's won the last 3. Most recently, the Riyadh Invitational. Murphy's most recent win came in 2022 in a decider at the UK Championship.
What a treat we're in for, though, with this pair in the final, contesting this massive event, the Shanghai Masters. You know, the routes either player have taken to get here. Judd coming through, Mark Williams, Si Hui, and beating Ronnie yesterday. Murphy seeing off Higgins, Yu Long, and Mark Selby. I think on paper as well, you look at the matches that they've played and the standard that they've got to and been able to produce. For me, these have been by far the best 2 players of this event. It's just teed it up nicely for this final.
Two very different semi-finals in terms of the narrative. Of course, in the case of Murphy, he was coming from a long way behind against Mark Selby, winning 8 of the last 10 frames. For Trump, well, he very much led from the front against O'Sullivan, blitzing the great man with 8 of the first 9 frames to end Ronnie O'Sullivan's 21-match winning streak in this tournament. So it's Shaun Murphy with the first red of the final.
1.
Murphy himself was runner-up here to O'Sullivan in 2019. That was a very close final. 11-9, O'Sullivan prevailed. Judd Trump has 3 times been the runner-up in this event, twice losing in a decider. But it's a little bit edgy early on, understandably. Trump missing a red you would have expected him to get. Murphy missing the short-range yellow.
Tricky little shot, that, being so close to the object ball. It's a bit of a jabby one. Got to get the cue out there as quickly as possible.
1.
So first real good chance falls to Judd. As impressive as Judd was yesterday against Ronnie, he really did just dismantle him, didn't he? And it's very, very rare we say that. But I think Shaun was equally as impressive in his comeback against Mark Selby. That is no mean feat. The way he played in that game against Mark Selby was quite incredible. Myself and Dave commentated on the first session. The final frame of that session turned out to be humongous. To pinch it and go 6-3 with the little break, he would have been absolutely delighted to have been 6-3 behind, which in itself is quite a strange scenario, but it proved to be the decisive factor.
And the way he was able to come again after the disappointment of not drawing level in the first half of the final session, finding himself 8-5 down, despite playing very well. Selby made a great clearance to
14.
deny him parity. To win 5 in a row from there in the way he did was so impressive. So both players at
15.
the peak of their powers coming into this final. Judd Trump, of course, had another truly outstanding season with 5 titles, 3 other final appearances. The only disappointment being his loss to Jack Jones in the quarterfinals of the World Championship, when he was well below his best, albeit that Jones played exceptionally well, as of course he did throughout the tournament, making the final. But the level of consistency that Trump has been producing in recent years has been extraordinary. But this is a title that he would love to add to his CV. He's going for his 40th professional crown today.
22.
So just ran out of position a fraction, did Judd there. Had to take the blue to the green pocket and he's missed it. Bit of an edgy start to this one. Two heavy hitters of our sport, yet neither player has ever lifted this title, ranking or invitational. So it just adds a slight different dynamic to it as well. Another box to tick.
Seven.
In contrast to Judd Trump, Shaun Murphy's last season was a bit of a disappointment, really, despite a very good start in winning the Championship League. He didn't get past the round of 16 in any other ranking event. So he'll be very keen for this season to start very strongly, and of course to win this title
8.
would be a huge deal for him. But given how he played against Mark Selby, it was just affirmation of the fact that he remains one of the best players in the world. But it is a very edgy start to this Shanghai Masters final. Both players making probably more errors already in this frame than they did in their 2 semi-finals, certainly in the case of Murphy in the second half of his match with Selby, and for Trump pretty much all the way from start to finish. Different occasion. Obviously the extra pressure of the title being on the line. And possibly as well, both players doubly keen to impress, given that this final is being played against the backdrop of the sad passing of Ray Reardon. Sometimes you can be trying too hard. So it's just a question of settling into the match.
7.
Getting the first frame on the board would certainly help.
Both players will have been well aware of how each other played in the semi-finals as well. I know Murphy had the day off yesterday, but you can pretty much guarantee he'd have had the snooker on in the background, just keeping an eye on. He would have liked to have seen it gone all the way. And of course, Judd watched how well Shaun played against Mark Selby. Both know the level that they're both playing. And sometimes that in itself can add a little bit of pressure. They both know they're playing well, but knowing your opponent is too, it's all about the psychology out there. These early exchanges are so key, though. Get yourself settled as quickly as possible. .21 down, try and win your little mini sessions. If you take care of the little sessions, the final result ultimately will take care of itself.
Rainbow. $15. $16. $22. $23. Rainbow.
2 more reds required for Trump to be sure of the frame.
Played that one nicely. Perfect way to play that, using the 2 cushions rather than just coming direct from 1. Give yourself a little bit more room for manoeuvre. It's absolutely perfect here, Judd, to just drop on this red beneath the black.
So Murphy needs a snooker. This
33.
will surely prevent him from coming back.
$34. $41.
The red doesn't matter. That break of 41 after Shaun Murphy had missed the green. More than enough to give Judd Trump the opening frame of the Shanghai Masters final. There's a long way to go, first to 11.
Sagan with Gabini on his wheel. Sagan at the front, Gaviria trying to come around him. Sagan's going all the way to line. Sagan is there. Sagan is there. Sagan finishes the job.
Second frame, Shaun break.
So Shaun Murphy breaking off in frame 2. Had a few chances in that opener. Both players missing balls in the early running. And of course it was Murphy's miss green when he was in that cost him, with Trump making that 40-plus break to take the first frame.
Just highlight how impressive Judd Trump has been throughout this event. He's only dropped the 7 frames getting to the final, which is quite incredible. Murphy's dropped nearly twice as many at 13 frames, so it shows you really how dominant these two players have been, but in particularly Judd, to have played the calibre of player that he has and only surrender 7 frames is really quite something. He's made 700 breaks in this event as well so far. The scoring has just been quite relentless from both, really.
Yes, Mark Williams was seen off 6-2, made a couple of centuries in that one. Sijai Wee by the same score, another ton to win that match, and then of course 4 in total, very nearly 4 in a row against O'Sullivan in that incredible first session. 443 unanswered points in the process. And it basically killed the match off. O'Sullivan did win a couple of frames on the resumption, but of course he had way too much to do. So it's going to be one of those frames where the safety's played at the top end. I know you're not especially a fan of frames like this, Stephen, at least playing them anyway.
Yeah, that's it. Always seem to leave a attempt at a middle. And even if there's absolutely no value in my opponent going for it, you can pretty much guarantee they'll pot it and get nicely on a colour. I know a few of the players don't particularly enjoy this type of frame, so we might see Judd just trying to lay up to the balk area to avoid any further play like this. Just messes up the table as well. It doesn't look great, does it? Colours can quite easily run safe.
Shaun Murphy is seeking his 26th professional title today. 12 of those are ranking event titles, including that Championship League last season, which proved to be the highlight for him. Of course, Trump has now tied up the great Steve Davis on 28 ranking titles. But this invitational Shanghai Masters is one he would particularly crave, because he's been in the title match 3 times. Twice he was denied in a decider, including that extraordinary match with John Higgins in 2012 when he was 7-2 up. Higgins made a maximum and came back to win. Also lost by the odd frame to Kyron Wilson in 2015, so motivation will be high. But of course, exactly the same applies to Murphy, who missed out narrowly to O'Sullivan 5 years ago.
Just looking at this red to middle, he's got a little bit of angle on it. Just had a little look at the pack of reds, whether in attempting the pot he could potentially stay on the black. Well, he tried it. He took a bit of a risk there, Judd. He played one like that similar yesterday, got nicely on the black through the reds against Ronnie. This time it hasn't worked out. He was relying on sort of a half ball flick off the left-hand side of the pack there. But yeah, this is the sort of event that all the top players want to win. Only the top 16 players in the world rankings here, along with the 4 highest ranked Chinese players and 4 Chinese wildcards. So it really is the cream of the crop. If you're coming away from this event with the trophy and the prize money, you're not doing too badly. Up against the best players our sport has to offer.
Murphy now in his 42nd year. In fact, he'll turn 42 next month. And for Judd Trump, he'll be celebrating his 35th birthday next month. Scary to think how many titles he might end up with if he continues winning at the rate that he has been since he became world champion. But that's a mistake, catching the middle pocket jaw. What's the damage?
One. Rainbow.
Good strike from Shaun. That green needed some attention. Chose to leave himself a little further away from it. Struck it beautifully. So now this red to middle, and then he can set his sights on this business end of the table. Look at potentially putting the pink or the blue back on its own spot. Probably the blue. A little bit of congestion around this black spot. If he could take 2 reds off the table now with his hand, he would like to take away the 2 reds either side of the black. So in a few shots' time, we may see Shaun trying to get on them reds.
5. 11.
Well, he's come up a little short on the red he played on. The red far left of them all. Would have liked to have just been straighter on this red. Yeah, he's dealt with it nicely. The pink clearly passes through the gap of reds as well. The thing that surprised me about Shaun Murphy, not even by his own comments, you know, he says how it was one of his worst seasons of all time last year. It wasn't just the fact that it was a bad season, because, you know, you can still win matches here and there and have a disappointing campaign. He lost 5 first-round matches last year, Shaun, and for a top player, it's very rare to see that.
And that's unusual.
Shaun Murphy, 12.
We know his prowess with the rest, but he hasn't settled yet, Murphy. He missed the green in the first frame when he had the chance. And now he's missed the pink. And worse, he's left Trump right in.
1.
The shot from the pink to the red previous was the poor shot, leaving himself further away with more work to do with the cue ball. That's why he went too far for that pink, and still expected him to knock it in with the rest, though. He doesn't usually miss with that. But yeah, it's been a very edgy start from both players, really. Judd doesn't look all that settled himself at the minute. It's easy to say the players have got time, you know, with it being a long format. But it won't feel like that out there in the arena. Both players will be desperate to get a good start, and that's an absolutely delightful positional shot Judd has just played there. There's the 2 reds either side of the black. As I say, look to get on them as quickly as possible. He couldn't have put that cue ball any better with his hand.
5.
Brilliant shot from Judd.
7 centuries from him in this tournament, 4 of which, of course, came against O'Sullivan. A big win in more ways than one, I think, not just to get to a 4th final here, but to end that losing streak against O'Sullivan, which perhaps was beginning to prey on his mind a bit.
13.
So to beat him, and beat him so comprehensively, I think will stand Trump in very good stead for the rest of this campaign.
Yeah, it was to end his losing streak against Ronnie and to end Ronnie's winning streak in this event. Ronnie's dominance in this event
19.
has been a joke, to be fair. The last few years, 4 times he's won this in a row, 5 times in total, Ronnie O'Sullivan. It almost felt
20.
like he was becoming unbeatable here in Shanghai. So it was a bit of a double whammy for Judd yesterday. A brilliant result. And Judd will be liking what he's seeing so far from Shaun Murphy. The few mistakes he's made, he didn't make those against Mark Selby.
28.
Yes, of course, he started slowly against Selby, who was much the better player in the first session and perhaps should have won it 7-2. Stephen's already made reference to the significance of that final frame of the first session, which definitely proved very important. But he can ill afford to do that again against Trump, who is a great front runner,
32.
as he proved yesterday.
$33.
Well, he's going to need a good positional shot now, Judd. He's not left himself all that nice of an angle on this blue. Going to be going in and out of balk as well. Just wants to miss the brown.
$38.
Again, a display of brilliant control. Using the 3 cushions, the pace was absolutely perfect.
39.
Judd just slowly going through the gears now. Just stringing a few together nicely. Shots like that will make him feel good.
It was actually a little bit scrappy in the very early stages yesterday against O'Sullivan, and Ronnie had a chance
46.
in the 4th frame to tie it up at 2 each. Missed a very straightforward red. Never recovered, really. That was the cue for Trump to take over and just dominate the table for the rest of the session.
Well, that's a careless shot, I suppose, from Judd Trump. He's just flicked the pink going up for the blue there, which not only means he hasn't now got the correct angle on the blue, but he's also pushed the pink in front of the reds, which was a big target before that shot. Now he's got to play a good shot because that pink isn't close to them either. They're pretty detached from the 3 reds. You can see only 36 points to the good as well, still 51 remaining. Well, I tell you what, if Judd is on this red to right corner, that is one of the finest positional shots you will ever see.
I don't know what the margin for error was with that, if he is on it. Possibly about 0.5 millimetre.
Wow. Wow.
That is ridiculous, isn't it? If you're going to have a positional shot of the season competition, that would be tough to beat.
He's literally got no room for error there. To play that blue round 2 cushions, well, I can't see a better shot being played throughout this whole match. I hope I'm wrong, but that was brilliant from Judd Trump.
And just as importantly, it was the timing of it, because it's 1 in the frame, barring snookers.
59.
When it looked as though Murphy might have a way back into the frame. 2 snookers as things stand. He'll certainly be coming back. If that had gone in, he wouldn't have done. You can see Trump's disappointment at not quite killing the frame off there, but what a positional shot it was to get over the line in terms of snookers required for Murphy.
Judgment 4.
52 now the difference then. 43 left. 3 snookers required for Murphy. Free ball to boot, so this frame is surely over. Well, Trump's missed the free ball, so Murphy is coming back. It's been a very scratchy start from the Magician, who couldn't have played any better to beat Mark Selby, but today's another day. This is the match that really counts with the title on the line, and it's Judd Trump who's made the more assured start. this guy can do with a cue ball defies physics.
9.
He's looked a little at sea so far, Shaun Murphy, and he'll want to cut that out as quickly as possible. Doesn't want to let this man at the table, Judd Trump, get his arm going too much, give him too much freedom out there.
17.
He's got to pile the pressure on, put him under it.
$21.
It's a good start from Judd Trump. He's doubled his lead. Shaun Murphy needs to settle and do it quickly. The 3 times finalist, Judd Trump, leading Shaun Murphy by 2 frames to 0.
Victoire du triple champion du monde, un champion du monde qui s'impose.
Judd Trump to break.
Judd Trump will be delighted with the start he's made. 2-0. Just looks the more composed at the moment. Shaun Murphy has missed a few he'd normally get, not least the pink with the rest in the previous frame, which proved to be his undoing. He missed a green in the first frame after both players had shown a few understandable early nerves, so important from Murphy's point of view that he settles into his stride now. Of course, he's got bags of time, but he'll also be conscious of what Trump was able to do to O'Sullivan yesterday after getting up ahead of steam. He was devastating.
The last time these two players met in a major final, it was back in 2019 at the International Championship here in China. Judd Trump that day won 10 frames to 3. It was a barrage of scoring from Judd and quite an emphatic scoreline. Shaun Murphy will want to get a foothold in this match as quickly as possible. Eight breaks over 50, including 2 century breaks Judd made that day against Shaun Murphy in the final. He won't want history to repeat itself. Well, that one was a country mile away, Judd. So this perhaps the chance that Shaun Murphy was hoping for. Just a pretty decent scoring opportunity. Try and just string a few together. High value colours in operation as well. Oh, live nearer than that one, Judd.
1. Eight. 9. 16. 17. 24.
'So these first few shots really are key for Shaun. He's got to
25.
just steady himself now. This is a good opportunity, one that he's not had to work for. Probably see Shaun just take an extra second longer down at the table, just making absolutely certain of every shot. As I say, he needs to get a foothold in this game, and this would be a good start. A heavy scoring visit here would be exactly what the doctor ordered.
$33.
Jamie Cope, the first player to make a 147 in this event back in 2008 when it was a ranking event. Since then, John Higgins and Stephen Maguire have both completed snooker perfection here in Shanghai. I'm not going to say anything just yet, but he has taken all blacks so far.
$41.
One of the most extraordinary maximum breaks we've ever seen came from Murphy, of course, last season in the shootout. I don't think anyone believed that was possible in those conditions, but he did it. Brought the house down. Incredible break, even by 147 standards.
48.
The primary focus here has to be get the frame won.
Yes, because it's been an
49.
uncertain start from Murphy. He needs some traction early in this session. Can't afford to let Trump get away from him. So there's plenty of pressure on this break, never mind any thoughts of a maximum. By far and away, the priority is for Murphy to get over the line, and then he can think about other things as and when.
56. 57.
The crowd have been royally entertained all week. Trump missing that long red by a couple of postcodes. This is the result.
$64.
Well, that cue ball is just about held up. May can just float this red in and stay on the black. If he can't, he has the option to just stun across the underside of the pink for black into the same pocket.
Hawkins will be an interested onlooker. Of course, he owns the top break of 141. £10,000 is the bonus.
$72.
So, frame ball.
73.
That's the first part of the equation completed.
Just praying he gets to the 100 mark so we can see him thank the crowd. Dread to think what he'll do when, or if he makes the maximum.
80.
Big chance this. The red in balk is obviously not ideal. But as you say, that maximum he made at the shootout was ridiculous, wasn't it?
81.
Some of the balls he knocked in throughout that break were incredible. Yeah, took the chance there to play up for this red near the blue. Was pretty much
88.
guaranteed to get an angle there because he was low on the black.
Well, you know what the crowd want him to do.
Pull up, flick it. Oh, it's okay.
9.
He's okay. Now, he's quite thin on this black. He may look to play on the red in balk here because the cue ball's travelling away from these two reds. Oh, he's missed it.
What a shame. No maximum break, but the important thing for Shaun Murphy was to register an early frame in this session after a slightly unconvincing opening, and he's done that. And so he halves the deficit. Judd Trump leading 2-1.
Our winner for 2017, Serena Williams.
Shaun Murphy breaking off in the final frame before the first interval of this Shanghai Masters title match, fresh from a break of 89, missing the 12th black when there was the possibility of a maximum. But most importantly for Murphy to make a convincing break to settle into this final after quite a few errors in the first two frames from him. And Judd Trump, who missed a red by a long distance, which gave Murphy that opportunity, looked a little tentative with that attempt at the long red as well.
Yeah, that really wasn't all that close either. So Murphy straight away with sights at another red to get himself in. again. He's missed with the rest, so bit of a shaky start with the rest so far this morning. Usually very good with that piece of equipment. So a little bit of a let-off for Judd Trump. I'm sure he, as we did, expected Shaun to knock that one in.
Eight. Nine.
So he's got options here. He just had a little look at the red to the right of the pink. He can leave himself on that and try and screw the cue ball out of the pack, or he does have the option to go into them direct. So he's played for the loose one. He was always going to leave an angle on this red, so it's really all about the pot. Don't take your eye off that red, because he's going to be opening everything here. Yeah, superb. Fantastic shot from Judd. Confidently played. Very missable shot, that. Judd is particularly good at that type of shot, though. You've got one eye on the cue ball getting out of that pack of reds. It's very easy to just misplace the object ball. He's done well.
Twenty-one. Twenty-seven. 28.
This really is a golden chance for Judd to hit the interval with a 3-1 lead. The reds are absolutely
34.
perfect for him.
$35. 40. 41.
He's back perfect again. You can just look to remove a couple of the reds around the black now. The black at the minute isn't potable. Take this red and then pink, and then possibly
47.
play on one of the reds either side of the black.
48. 54.
So just needs to be careful with this one. Bounce the cue ball up for the pink again.
55.
Yeah, it was a tricky little one. It was always one that could potentially go wrong, and it has gone wrong slightly. He'll be disappointed though, because he's got a fair bit of room for error. Just got into the cue ball a little bit too much there. And now, similar to the red that he knocked in early on in this frame, going through the reds, this pink is very thin to right corner. Difficult to control the cue ball as well, with the 3 reds being there.
Blue ball.
He's desperate to keep this break going, but he's decided the value is to push a colour safe
Judge Trump, 55.
and keep Shaun in the long grass.
Trump's second half century of the final so far to put him in charge, but not over the line. Yeah, you can tell Murphy, even though he made the 89 break in the previous frame, not entirely happy with the way he's cueing at the moment. A little shake of the head as he returns to his chair. This certainly isn't the Murphy that turned the tables on Mark Selby, but of course he did start that match slowly before bursting into life when it mattered at the sharp end. When you're facing Judd Trump. What looks like a safe position proves not to be.
He just finds them out, doesn't he? So good at just picking out that type of shot. Making something from nothing.
Well, that's very unlucky. Very, very unlucky. The little cannon off the brown, diverting the cue ball into the pocket. So 52 the deficit for Murphy, but still 67 available. What a steal this would be, because he's been outplayed so far. If he could get out of this little session 2 each, he'd feel like he'd have won it.
This first shot is the big shot. He's pretty much guaranteed to be on black or pink. Just needs to get the red. Yeah, nicely done. So Shaun with a real chance now to at least get himself back in this frame. Judd deciding to try and put the blue safe a few moments ago. It's not as safe as he probably would like. It was a big shot he decided to take on there, on that green. He was always going into the brown, and it's always a little bit of an uncertainty as to the contact you're perhaps going to make on the brown. It was a bad one in Judd's case.
7.
Of course, it is slightly unfortunate, but you're never quite sure where that brown's going to go. It was where the cue ball was going to go, sorry. It was always heading towards the left side
8.
of the table. And that pocket's never moved.
15. $22. $23. $30.
So this is an important shot now, this red to middle. Just needs to be careful with it. Didn't have the best angle on that black. Potted it nicely. Good strike again. So he'll have one eye on that blue now. Getting to the yellow's no issue. It's the position he leaves himself from green to brown to then get close to that blue.
$37.
With the brown being so close to that left corner pocket as well, it does have the
39.
possibility to try and promote the blue from the green, but he's gone too far there. That's a poor shot from Shaun. You could see his little reaction there, gone way too far, so now got to change his plan of attack. What a frame this would be to steal. Well, this time he has got an angle on the brown and he's absolutely perfect. So could play this in such a way that he's got two chances of getting the blue. Either promote it or still be on it if you go around the back of it. Doesn't want to hit this too hard. It looks a good pace. Oh, he's been very close to pushing it over that middle.
Very significant early frame in this final. Trump would be pretty frustrated, I think, to only be level. It would be a major boost for Murphy, who's not really played
Shaun Murphy.
in the way he'd like so far. So he would be thrilled with 2 each. And he's got second prize, having not quite landed on the blue in order to get to the pink. Although maybe Trump can just get to the edge of this blue, so this frame now right in the balance.
Possibly only really the side to side for Shaun available here. Trying to use the pink as the snookering ball. He's caught it a little bit too thick. Oh, he's gone for the double. He got close now. What's the damage? He's going to leave a shot at this blue for Shaun. Big shot to take the double on. Never quite sure where the blue is going to land as well if you miss it. So, one good pot for Shaun Murphy. This could be a massive steal. Oh, he's butchered it. No way near again. Oh, he's had a result considering, because that was a really poor strike from Shaun. Sounded a little heavy. I'm not sure if he's had a heavy contact.
I think he's looked a little uncomfortable throughout this session. He's got the highest break, the possible maximum that ended on 89, but that aside, it's been quite a tentative performance thus far from Murphy. Certainly not in keeping with what we saw against Mark Selby. But that just serves to amplify the significance of this frame if he could win it, because he can then reset at the interval.
Oh, that cue ball was going dangerously close. He's played a good shot in the end. So just the up and down for Judd, all about the pace of the blue. It's pretty good. Well, he's played the up and down with a little bit of pace to try and send that blue ball over to the right side cushion. Wanted to get the blue much closer to this corner pocket.
Saw Trump there just spend a couple of extra seconds, I should say, in his chair, almost to psych himself up for this opportunity to seal a 3-1 interval lead. 2 pots required.
Brilliant. Fantastic shot from Judd Trump. The sort of shot he would probably have expected to knock in, but under pressure, a straight, long blue, never easy, real test of your cueing. He's answered that question really well, and just this pink to take a 3-1 lead.
And in it goes, and I think that's a pretty fair reflection of the play in the early stages of this Shanghai Masters final. Judd Trump has looked the more composed. Shaun Murphy made a break of 89, but aside from that has struggled a little, and it's
with power in the night's embrace. Alchemist scepter leaving his trace in the halls of wisdom. It gleams with pride, a tool forced by the alchemist's side, striking fear with a single blow.
Shanghai Indoor Stadium to watch this Shanghai Masters final, with Judd Trump making the early running. 3-1, 6 more frames in this first session, 11 of course required.
Thank you. Frame 5.
To pick up the title and that first prize of £210,000. Trump leads the overall head-to-head, remember, by 14-9, and he's won every time they've played in Asia. 4 times in all, 3 in China, including the final of the International Championships back in 2019. That was a resounding 10-3 win for Trump. But, of course, Murphy has plenty of big wins against his opponent today, not least twice at the Crucible, although he's lost the last 3 times they've played.
Yeah, and their most recent meeting at the World Masters in Saudi Arabia, the quarterfinals, Judd beat Shaun 4 frames to 3, despite Shaun making 1-2-6, 1-2-1, 82 and 58. So to only win the 3 frames from that heavy scoring again just shows you that Judd he quite enjoys playing Shaun. I think the style of both players sort of suits one another. Both like an open game. Both really heavy scorers on the day. This little mini session now is so important for Shaun. He can't really afford many more mistakes like the ones he made in the opening 4 frames. To have a look where he was leaving his cue ball. Fancied not leaving anything easy for Judd had he missed it. But he's got to follow it up with a good pot on this black. It's very thin, very tough. The double will be a great shot if this black goes in. Brilliant. Great pot from Shaun Murphy. There was pressure on that one.
8.
That might just be Murphy's best pot of the final so far. I think that 15-minute hiatus would have been most beneficial for him, just to regroup. It's not been the start he would have hoped for.
9.
But the beauty of a long final like this is that there's plenty of time for all sorts of shifts in momentum, twists and turns. And of course we saw one produced by Murphy, and coming from 6-2 behind to beat Mark Selby 10-8.
16.
So he's left himself purposely low on this red, just working out whether to top it through or screw back out of the pack, be bringing reds into play. I mean, he's not got enough on the cue ball there, just wanted a little bit more zip on that white. That red to the right of the pack, slightly detached, was always a problem ball for me. Needed a bit more pace on the cue ball to draw it out of there.
Shaun Murphy, 17.
Yes, a disappointingly early end to that break after the superb pressure black that he knocked in at the start of the visit.
Well, Shaun taking the decision to play up to Bork there, which was a little bit risky. Felt he was always going to be leaving this red as a possible tempter to left middle for Judd. Very thin. Yeah, he doesn't look to be overly interested in it. Oh, how close was he to that one? That probably would have looked good from where Shaun was standing. As he struck that one, he probably fancied it to go in. Brilliant shot from Judd Trump. The cross double was always an option. You see the cue ball was always heading back to Bork as well. It was pretty much a natural. So, okay, he's not landed on a colour to keep this break going, but he can try and put Shaun in a little bit of trouble.
Black ball. Third 21.
Yeah, nice shot. It was a pretty straightforward snooker for Judd, but he made sure to get that cue ball welded to that yellow, and in doing so, pushing the black slightly more into play as well. So Shaun just trying to lay up to this red. It's all about pace.
Foul and miss. Judgment 4. Sure. Foul and miss. Judgment 4.
So he's doing his very best here, Shaun, to just rest onto this red. Both times shy of pace. Doesn't want to hit it too hard. well, what a fluke. Shaun Murphy took the chance to try and pot the red down the rail, and he's potted it, but through the pack. Probably counts himself a little bit unfortunate to have not landed on a colour now.
Yeah, look at the table. Someone's going to make hay, you would think.
Shaun Murphy won.
Well, that fluke has allowed Murphy to lay the snooker with red spread beautifully.
That's just the snooker player mentality, isn't it? You get the fluke and you feel hard done by to not have a shot at a colour to middle.
And that is exactly what Trump didn't want to do, come round the back of the red. So here's a chance that Murphy really needs to make full capital from. He's had that bit of luck, which has created this opportunity. What can he do with it?
It's mad, this game at times. One good shot from Judd and it's cost him, really. Wow. Oh, my goodness me. What a miss that is from Shaun.
That is incredible. Well, we've mentioned that he's missed a couple with the rest, but that might be the worst miss of Shaun Murphy's career with that implement. Extraordinary. What a let off for Trump. And now one good pot here with the rest, and he could inflict some serious pain on his opponent.
Well, that red, we could be looking at that red come the end of this match as the shot that really turned things. Shaun Murphy has struggled so far this morning, or this afternoon. But that miss will do him no favours whatsoever. Judd has to capitalise on that. This will hurt.
Eight. Nine.
There's been something about Shaun Murphy's demeanour today, I think, so far in this final. He's never looked entirely comfortable, even when he was making that break that could potentially have turned into a maximum. That joie de vivre, that normal swagger that Murphy has, which he certainly did in that sensational performance against Selby, has been absent thus far for whatever reason. Trump has played within himself. He hasn't been the Trump that
14.
dismantled O'Sullivan, but he hasn't had to be thus far. And what a chance
15.
he's got here to go 3 clear.
Just before that miss, I was about to say how harsh this game can be at times. Shaun has felt forced into taking that red on down the rail from the safety that Judd had left. Judd's probably sat in his seat, seeing the red hit the jaws, open the other reds, and thinking his quid's in. All of a sudden, the red goes in and Shaun's back in control, but what a let-off. It's not always about the look you get, it's what you do with it.
22.
That type of miss from Shaun is just unforgivable at any level, never mind a major final. And Judd will know that. You can guarantee he'll be using every ounce of effort to make this chance count. The best players in the world are so good at brushing off mistakes and just forgetting about them, but I get the feeling that that one will be particularly tough to take. If the interval was to come after this frame, it may not be much of an issue, but the fact he's got 6 frames to play, or 5 more after this one in this session with no break, just wonder how much that will play a part. He's got to pick himself up off the canvas.
Of course, Trump still has to punish by winning the frame at this visit, but he's got a gilt-edged chance to do that.
37.
He would have, I'm sure, been expecting 3-2, having come round the back of that red, the way the table was situated. So this is a real bonus for him.
42. $43.
Shaun possibly just had one eye on where he was leaving his cue ball, trying to get nicely on the black, the correct side to get it back on its own spot. Maybe just took his eye off the pot or took it for granted. I don't know. Only he will know the answer to that question. You could see from his reaction how bemused he was by that miss.
51.
Frame ball for 4-1. And Trump has done exactly what was required.
59.
Inflict some serious pain on his opponent after that glaring error on the red with the rest. 3 balls that Murphy's missed with the rest today, but that one was extraordinary. I can't imagine he's ever missed an easier ball than that with the rest. What a time for it to happen.
67.
There's still plenty of time for Murphy to hit back in this session. There's still 5 more frames to come, but the signs aren't particularly promising for him at the moment. He's going to have to raise his game significantly, otherwise Trump could be out of sight by the end of this first session. The other concern for Murphy is that Trump has still got plenty of gears to go to himself. He's played okay. Nothing particularly special from him, but just rock solid.
And just to inflict insult to injury, chance of a first century for Judd in this final. It'll be his 8th of the tournament, should he convert. His 988th of his career.
87.
This is what the best players do. Very rare you see a mistake, an elementary mistake, like that one from Shaun. But the best players, they step up and they punish you. And this black for the ton.
It was an extraordinary miss from Shaun Murphy when he had the chance to do what Trump has just done, clear the table with yet another century, the 31st of this Shanghai Masters, and Trump now extending his lead by 4 frames to 1.
Victoire du triple champion du monde, un champion du monde qui s'impose.
How does Shaun Murphy bounce back from the disappointment of missing that straightforward red just now with the rest? Straightforward is an understatement, really. when there was a gilt-edged chance to close the gap to 1. Instead, it's 3. And Judd Trump doing what Murphy will feel he should have done, clear the table with his 8th century of the tournament to move into that 3-frame lead. There's still another 5 frames to come in this session.
Not only has Shaun got to muster all his mental strength here to try and erase that mistake from his memory as quickly as possible, he's also got to compete against the snooker gods, I suppose, because sometimes when you miss a ball like that, the balls have a funny way of punishing you. The game can just be crucifying. Shaun may have a very thin edge of this pack just to the left of the pink. If it does, he's again got no room for error. Well, that's a very nice shot from Shaun Murphy. Missed the brown as well, back to baulk. Great shot. Judd's in trouble here if he doesn't have the option to clip a red thin next to the pink. He may be trying to go 2 cushions and clip the reds on the way back, but he feels he can just clip the reds. No, he's played it well. Although that flick on the brown, Shaun didn't get that, Judd did, which means Shaun can see this red to right corner. Cue ball may be heading into a lot of congestion, which I think is why he's refusing it. Not quite sure where his cue ball was going to end up. It was quite a high tariff shot for not much value. So this time there is no route back to baulk the same way they have just been playing, swinging the cue ball round.
Quite a cagey start to this frame. A lot of safety being played, and perhaps that's not such a bad thing for Murphy, just to help him get that misread out of his system. But he missed that one by quite a margin. Not easy.
Judd only able really to buy himself a couple of shots here. Shaun leaving no option for him to get back to baulk, so Shaun very much in control of this little exchange for the time being. Again, I expect him to get close to that brown ball on the cushion here. That'll be the target zone. Now that is really awkward on top of the brown. And again, with no obvious ways back to baulk, he'll be just trying to rest up onto a red here, probably one at the back of the black. Well, that's incredible. How has he found that gap? Luckily for him, no damage done.
It's one of those where if you tried to do that, you wouldn't have a hope, would you, in a million years? But when you don't want to do it, it happens.
He does need to be careful because there are reds available to right corner. If he catches the red to the left of the black, he will leave that red. There's all sorts of things that can go wrong with this shot. Because the pack isn't tight, it's got to be so accurate. Trying to lay up to a specific ball is very difficult over this distance. Yeah, I think he's chosen the better route here. Going 2 cushions that way meant he could get to those 2 reds beneath the black a lot easier. Now Shaun, will he be tempted by this red to yellow bag?
He needs a moment of inspiration, Murphy, to kickstart this final for him. And again, the red eludes him, the in-off, just to make matters worse.
Tried to play it in such a way to leave his cue ball on this cushion so that had he missed the red, he wasn't leaving anything straightforward for Judd, but the in-off. Again, the snooker's way of just punishing you a little bit. You would never fancy going in off there, but the red he's missed in the previous frame was unforgivable, and the balls have a funny way of just dictating. It's a strange old game.
Five. Judd Trump 5.
Judd may have a path back to baulk here, the red to the right of the pink. It may even pass to this left corner. Could play it in such a way that cue ball was going close to going in behind the green. And he needs the green to come to his rescue now. Oh, pick that one out. A Shaun Murphy special. Look at how well he's cued that. Wow, that is such a tough pot to just try and stun the red in. Never mind screw back to baulk.
But unfortunately, the brown
Shaun Murphy 1.
proves elusive, and the heavenward glance tells the story for Murphy. It was a fantastic red, and you just wondered whether that was the moment of inspiration that I referred to get him going. In the event, the chance falls to Trump again.
It was far from an easy pot to right middle on that brown, but it was a shot that was probably going to get Shaun in nicely. You could see the desperation in his expression after missing it. I just feel he's maybe trying a little bit too hard. It's so easy to do, but when you're trying to force the issue out there in the arena, it can be very difficult to find anything. And the longer it goes on, the more you search.
Seven.
Shaun will be desperate, of course he will, to get himself back into this match and play a part in this final. So far he hasn't really. Judd Trump is just sort of doing what's necessary, doing what's required. Because he's not played all that well himself.
13.
But he'll be absolutely delighted with the position that he's in. He's firmly in control of this final, with a chance to really inflict a lot of damage to Shaun in this session.
Yes, at the moment he's picking up the pieces from Shaun Murphy's mistakes, the glaring one in the previous frame, with the miss with the rest on the red and the brown far from easy, but after knocking in such a great red, it felt like the moment for Murphy to spring to life in this match. It's not to be.
It's a really big day for Shaun as well. He earned just north of £270,000 last season, which to the average person would seem an awful lot of money. It is, but in terms of snooker, the opportunities the players have now, Judd earned 1.1 million, so it shows the difference of the last campaigns. £210,000 for the winner. This event would really lay down a marker for Shaun Murphy so early on in this season. It's possibly why he's not been able to produce anything of note just yet. It's a huge day for him. It's a huge day for both.
It's the contrast in the form he produced against Selby a couple of days ago, which is marked at the moment. Trump not having to reproduce the fireworks against O'Sullivan as yet to get himself into a position of increasing strength in this final. Particularly if he can convert this chance for 5-1 with 4 more frames to follow this one in session 1.
33. $39. $40.
Two seasons ago, Shaun had a wonderful year, lifting the Tour and the Players' Championship, runner-up in the Welsh Open as well to Robert Milkins in that memorable final. And then to have such a disappointing campaign last season, it must be tough to take. You know, when the results are coming, the trophies are coming home, the money's flying in. To then have a poor season just shows how consistency in this game is so important, particularly with how the rankings are, the rolling system. Every 2 years your points fall off unless you can defend it. That was a big mistake from Judd. You could see he wasn't where he wanted to be on that red.
46.
Reprieve for Murphy, although on another day Trump might have left him in, which is what Murphy's been doing when he's made mistakes. $47 the difference. Still 75 on the table. Clearly to Trump's benefit with the lead he's got, that the black is currently out of commission. He wants this table to be as messy as possible from here. It's Murphy who's got to make the running if he's going to get back into this frame, close the gap to 4-2. Part of that sensational run of success for Trump last season, 5 titles, 3 other final appearances, was a 22-match winning streak. And of course, he became just the 5th player in the history of the game to win 3 ranking titles in a row. The great Ray Reardon among the other players to have achieved that. That's another mistake from Murphy. He's very much out of sorts today, so far.
Horrible shot he had there, that red being close to the cushion. But Judd, with an equally horrible shot, queuing across the table. He's dealt with it nicely. That's a really good pot from Judd Trump.
And could well be a frame winner to extend his lead. 48 the difference, 67 left, so a couple more reds. And he'll be tightening his grip in this first session, and you feel as though there's plenty more to come from Trump.
7.
He's just doing enough at the moment to capitalise on Murphy being off colour.
And what it means as well is he can't be behind going into the evening session. But the way things have gone so far, he'll probably be expecting a pretty handsome lead. Shaun Murphy is going to have to find something, and find something quick.
This is frame ball. And he's missed frame ball. Well, that is a surprise. So that's a couple of errors in this frame from Trump. Didn't have to do anything with the cue ball there, but as you can see, it was quite wide. Could that be a potential turning point in this first session?
Well, that's a fantastic pot from Shaun. Got over the disappointment of not landing nice on a colour, and you can see his expression. He's just fighting things out there in the arena at the minute. Great pot on the pink, and would have hoped to have had a nicer cannon to the reds. And of course, when it's not your day yet, the balls don't open nicely.
Shaun Murphy, 7.
.48 now. Trump's lead, having missed frame ball pink just now. He needs one more ball to make it 5-1. It's quite unusual to see Murphy this demonstrative. He's clearly feeling very frustrated at the moment. And this table is not inviting in terms of an effective counter, as he's just indicated. Black on one side cushion, pink now on the other.
Yeah, the reactions that we're seeing are that of someone who is pretty desperate to find something. You know, we've all been there when things just aren't quite going your way and you're scratching around trying to find some form, and you can see that little sarcastic thumbs up from Shaun because Judd, in attempting the red, pushed the pink safe. But we talk about moments of inspiration. What a plant he's potted there.
The crowd enjoyed that one, but of course he needs a colour to go with it, a high value one. 47 the deficit, with 43 now on. This has got to go. Well played.
What a shot. What a shot, Shaun Murphy. Well, the plant was outrageous, really. He very nearly pushed the black into play, but then to drop it dead weight down the rail into the yellow bag. Well, if there was ever a time to make a clearance, it would be now, and my goodness me, what a change in the game this could have. So much work to be done, though. But at least he's still at the table.
Shaun Murphy's powers of recovery, a legend. We saw it against Selby. We've seen it many times in the past in big matches. Matthew Stevens, 5 down with 6 to play at the Crucible. 4 down with 5 to play in the UK semi-final against Carter back in the day. And he talked about his never say die spirit after his victory over Selby in the last 4. One thing he said, "I'm not," is a quitter. And obviously there's still a long, long way to go in this final, but he's looking for a spark. Could this be it? Trump miss a fairly straightforward frame ball pink.
The plant and then the pot on the black were just 2 shots of someone who has pretty much resigned himself to the fact he'd lost this frame. And all of a sudden, he's got a sniff at getting back into it. This colour clearance, though, how do you fancy these? If he clears up from here, it might be the greatest colour clearance I've ever seen.
24.
I can't imagine he'll play safe just yet either. He'll be eager to try and win the frame at this visit, because this would really hurt. No.
Where's the yellow going to end up? It could have been worse. Could have been right over the hole, which, the way things are going for Murphy at the moment, was almost expected there. 24 the difference. Trump only needs the yellow.
It's important Shaun continues to get this object ball safe, obviously, but because Judd only needs the yellow, he may be inclined to go for it a few times if he gets a look at it, which in turn may present a chance for Shaun to just chip away at a few of these balls. The clearance is far from easy, but he can keep working his way back into the frame.
By a distance, the longest of the final so far, and the biggest as well. If Murphy could somehow steal it, and he remains second favourite to do so, it would give him a very timely boost. Trump only needs the yellow.
Well, it was a calculated risk from Shaun there to play that type of safety shot, trying to get the cue ball back to baulk. Was always bringing the yellow into the middle of the table. Couldn't control it enough to get it safe, and it's cost him.
Yeah. The problems mounting for Shaun Murphy. Judd Trump has made a couple of errors in this frame, not least the frame ball Pinky missed, which might have come back to bite, but it hasn't.
5.
And he's just increasing his position of strength. Murphy looking a bit fed up. And understandably so.
Judd Trump 5.
29 the difference, so it's a couple of snookers needed. Still needs a couple of snookers, even with just these three colours remaining now.
The black's not really any value to Shaun either. I don't think it's far enough off the cushion, so only really the pink to play in behind. It was a good attempt, but he left the blue.
And it's definitely over now. So bits and pieces in this scrappy frame, but another big one, and it's gone the way of Trump. With 4 more frames to come in this opening session. This one is done, and Judd Trump is now eyeing the real possibility of a commanding first session lead in this Shanghai Masters final. He leads 5-1. What a fabulous break. What's he going to do with the black?
Naughtiness personified and absolute brilliance from Judd Trump. Even John Higgins enjoyed that. So did this crowd. What can you say about a break like that? It's sheer genius.
Quello di Gaviria centro strada ed è attenzione.
Judd Trump then already just 6 frames away from the title, with 4 more to play in this session. I think right now, the way Murphy's playing, he would take a share of the remaining 4 frames, and that would still leave him in an awkward spot at 7-3 down, but he's going to have to find something from somewhere, Stephen. He's just not looked himself so far in this final.
No, he hasn't. He made a poor start. The first frame, well, the first couple of frames, I suppose, were really edgy. Just doesn't look to have settled very nicely. I'm not surprised he took the decision to leave the arena there. I dread to think the conversation he's having with himself in the bathroom, because I can assure you it's a pretty stern one. He'll be trying to get himself going, trying to get the blood pumping again, try and find something out there in the arena, but the flip side to that is, when you're trying too hard, it can be very difficult. Sometimes that can be a detriment to yourself.
So Judd Trump back in the arena, knowing that if he can win this frame, he's going to have a lead of some kind. It could yet be something close to unassailable. That's the concern for Murphy. Equally, if Murphy suddenly found his A game, he could yet get out of this session level. So all things still possible, but at the moment, very much advantage Judd Trump. What can Murphy summon in what remains of this opening session of the Shanghai Masters final? Judd Trump breaking off in frame 7.
You can see the warm welcome back into the arena that Shaun just received. You know, the crowd all want him to make an impact on this match. They want it to go all the way, get their money's worth. Well, let's see Murphy's reaction there. That says it all. He's played a good shot going into the pack. Good pot on the red. You're never quite sure where the cue ball is going to finish, but obviously when it isn't your day, it heads into the pocket.
And the cherry on top of the icing is that he's left a red over the hole as well. A perfect storm there for Murphy.
He must be thinking, what must I do to get into this game? But he can't really complain, Shaun. He's had a number of chances early on that, to be honest, he made a mess of. And that red he missed with the rest. I just got the feeling we was always going to be referring back to that as the part of this game where it really sort of turned on its head.
Particularly given that that chance had presented itself off the back of a fluke, which allowed him to lay the snooker, which Trump failed to escape. And the balls were all there for him. And of course, Trump was then able to do what he's done throughout this final so far, capitalise on the miss from Murphy, clear the table with a century. Positionally, that has gone wrong immediately, so he needs a good recovery shot on the stretch on this yellow.
Any snooker player will tell you, we all know the game well enough to be able to see what's happening. Mistakes like that, unforgivable ones, the balls just really have a funny way of punishing you. You know, it's not necessarily what your opponent's done. The balls just find a way of going awkward, or you're getting a little bit of bad luck here and there. It's just the game's way of telling you that you'd missed a really good opportunity.
11.
But Judd won't need to concern himself
12.
with all that. He's got a job to do. His job is to inflict as much damage to this game as possible in this session, just as he did against Ronnie yesterday. Still only dropped 8 frames in this event so far, including the one in this match today. It's been a thoroughly dominant display from Judd Trump, but he has had help, particularly in this game anyway. But it's what you do with that help when it comes along.
Yes, bar the previous frame, which was the scrappiest of the match, in which he missed
27.
a very makeable frame ball pink. He has been clinical in punishing Murphy's mistakes.
$28. $31. $32. $37. $38.
So little angle on this black to go into the reds if he chooses to. Chose to play for the red beneath the black, played it nicely.
45. $46.
Beautiful control, nicely played. Just pushing her head out, not going into the pack with too much pace. Knew exactly what was going to happen there. Briefly referred to earlier, the last major final these two contested, the 2019 International Championship. That really was a hammering. Judd Trump coming out 10-3. Led 5-1 in that game as well. Shaun never really able to respond from Judd's good start in that previous final. And it looks to be going the same way here. History potentially repeating itself. So the bad fortune from Shaun Murphy has cost him again in this frame. Potted the red and went in off.
And left a sitter for Judd Trump to start this break, and it was a good initial yellow after the cue ball had landed slightly awkwardly. But of course,
68.
The pressure is off at the moment because he's got this comfortable lead, which he's about to extend. It's pretty routine for Trump so far in this final. He's not had to play at his best, which I'm sure he would have expected
75.
to have to do, given the way Murphy played in the
76.
semis. He's played within himself, but very effectively.
And now a real chance of a second century in this match.
$83. $89.
I would say he's probably cruising in around fourth gear at the minute, Judd, because he's not really sort of hit the heights we've seen, but he's still got a very commanding lead, and that will please him, knowing that there's still more in the tank to be able to draw upon should Murphy make a comeback
95.
and get involved in this match.
97.
So just this green for a 9th century of the tournament for Judd Trump. And just 11 away now from 1,000 for his career. And when you consider he's only been a pro since 05, that is some conversion rate. Led the tour last season with 79, became only the second player to make a century of centuries in a single season after Neil Robertson. Absolutely prolific in the break building stakes, Judd Trump.
109.
Shaun Murphy was unlucky at the start of this frame. The in-off, leaving the straightforward red. Tends to be the way when you're struggling. Judd Trump, though, is cruising. What a break. Century number 2 of the match. And he is taking an iron-like grip on this final. With 3 frames still to play, he could be out of sight by the end of session 1. He leads Shaun Murphy 6-1. So the problems mounting for the magician. Shaun Murphy tries he might, just cannot get involved in this final at the moment. And things conspiring against him in that previous frame, but he has missed opportunities himself. Trump has taken full advantage. 5 frames clear. The possibility that it could be 8 come the end of this session, unless Murphy can get something going here in Shanghai. He'll be very disappointed with the way he's played to this point, particularly after how brilliantly he played 2 days ago. Damage limitation now for Murphy, guaranteed to be behind. Can he win 2 of the remaining 3 to give himself some sort of chance when they come back tonight. Anything less than that, and it's going to be an uphill battle, to put it mildly. Shaun Murphy fans look away now. The stats page not attractive. Just that one break, which could have been a maximum. And at that stage you thought, well, Murphy's now arrived, made it 2-1, broke down on 89, but nothing at all since then for him. And Trump has kicked on a couple of centuries. So frame 8, Murphy desperately needs it.
And he can't even get the break off right. He's definitely struggling. It's tough to see, particularly how well he played against Mark Selby, the way he came back and just really got his teeth into that game and found his scoring boots. Had a day off yesterday as well, so would have been nicely refreshed. Just hit a few balls on the practice table. He would have been really optimistic coming into this, playing probably the best snooker of the event so far, Shaun Murphy. But so far today, it's been all about Judd Trump. It's certainly all about damage limitation.
5.
There's no doubt about that. And even then, coming back from behind against someone like Judd, who is just so used to winning now, he just knows how to get the job done. It's going to be a big uphill battle for Shaun Murphy for the remainder of this session and this evening.
12.
A stark reminder of how incredibly difficult this game is, even for the very best. One day you can't miss, and 2 days later, those pockets must seem like pinheads for Murphy.
20. 21. 28.
The other thing that Murphy is going to have to
29.
grapple with if Trump goes on to win this frame is keeping the belief that he can still win this match, because the best he could do is be 4 behind if Trump manages to bag this one as well. So even if he were to win the last 2 of the session, he'd still have a mountain to climb.
And look at the decision Judd has made a few moments ago. He was perfect on the black to go into the pack, but it wasn't the most inviting pack to attack from the black, so worked it out that the pink would not respot, which gave him access to this red. And in potting it, he can bring more reds into play.
Xu Ying, our referee, just making sure the pink is as it should be.
35.
Got to be in a direct line with its own spot, of course, without touching anything. Trump's just lost the cue ball a little there. This table, as we know, has been like lightning throughout the tournament.
He expected to go through the reds a little more than he did. He just glanced off another, and the pace he had on it was just too much to pull the cue ball up. Had he have got a thicker contact to the reds, he may have played it perfectly to bring them all into play. But again, just keeping his foot on Shaun Murphy, pushing a colour safe. Only a 36-point advantage in this frame. But he's remaining very focused, Judd Trump. You could see throughout that little interval as the referee was setting up this frame, he kept his eyes on the table, never took his eyes off the snooker table. Just thoroughly in the zone. He knows he's got a chance to do a lot of damage here. Brilliant shot from Judd Trump. Made more difficult by the fact he was playing it with pace to come across the blue to get the right angle. Did well there, had to steady himself. A phone just went off initially, got back up, reset. Knocked it in.
Six. Seven. Thirteen. Eighteen. 19.
'Shaun Murphy will be getting that sinking feeling again. Trump's relentless push towards an unassailable first session advantage continues. That's the ball he needed to extend his lead to 6 frames and within 4 of the title. Incredible. Not what seemed likely at the outset.
30. 31. 36. $37. $42. $43.
The full arsenal of tricks out for Trump now that the frame is well and truly secured.
49.
The red stays up, but it doesn't matter. Judd Trump is close to his first Shanghai Masters title, only 4 frames away now, and Shaun Murphy's problems deepen.
Curious leads by 5 games to 3.
And here goes Sagan. Sagan with Gaviria on his wheel. Sagan at the front, Gaviria trying to come around him. Sagan's going all the way to line. Sagan is there. Sagan is there. Sagan finishes the job.
What a session for Judd Trump. 7-1 up now on Shaun Murphy, with 2 more to come in this first session of 2. 11, of course, the target for the title. Murphy has some great comeback victories to his name, but even for him, this is going to have to take something extraordinary.
Yeah, because really it's not like he's being outplayed. Judd has obviously done the better of the scoring, but Murphy has had a lot of chances in this match, just unable to convert anything of any note, bar that maximum attempt in the 3rd frame. Been a litany of errors from Shaun Murphy. Judd just picking up the pieces as you would expect.
Trump's breaks 59, 55, and the 200 breaks 1-2-2 in the frame before last.
Well, Judd up very quick and gesticulates that the cue ball may have deviated. And yet again, Murphy comes to the table with nothing to really look at. He must be about ready to just launch his cue into Row's Edge, Shaun Murphy, because it's a real struggle out there. Not just the way he is playing, but also the run of the ball as well now is definitely turned. All from that bad miss in the other frame that he missed the red with the rest. He must be feeling that everything he does at the minute is going to cost him. Judd's starting to knock them in from everywhere.
Six. Seven. Twelve. 13. 20.
Just studying the pack, Judd. Not the best pack to go into, really, because they are all quite spread. Had a little look at a possible plan, 3-ball through the pack of reds. Chose against it. It wasn't the best pack to go into. And now he's hoping that he's got a shot at something.
28.
Well, it's touching ball, so I suppose every cloud he can play away from these reds and try and put Shaun in trouble.
Judd Trump, 28.
What has Shaun Murphy got left after what has been a chastening session for him? If he could somehow win this frame and the last, well, he'd be in the same situation as he was at one stage against Mark Selby, and we know what happened then. 6-2 behind before the final frame of their first session. Ended up winning 8 of the last 10 quite brilliantly. But to do it 2 matches running and against a player oozing confidence, fresh from that superb victory over O'Sullivan, a Herculean task for Murphy from here.
There'll be a lot of Judd Trump fans in this arena, as there will Shaun Murphy fans. But first and foremost, they're all snooker fans. And they'd love to see, they'd be desperate to see Murphy make a comeback, make a go of it. They want to see a closely contested final.
Belated vocal encouragement for Shaun Murphy. What can he do with this opportunity? If you're in Murphy's corner at the moment and you're looking for reasons to be cheerful, well, it was only 2 days ago, wasn't it, that he played lights out. So he knows the game is there. It's in there somewhere. It hasn't come out today so far. Right now he just needs a frame. Any frame. Something to build on.
8.
7-3, given the way things have gone for him today, would be a reasonable result.
Nine.
It would be more than reasonable. I think Murphy would be absolutely buzzing to be 7-3 down after this session. If he can just steady himself here for this visit, just try and take the 6 reds away from around the pink, get with his nose in front in this frame, and just try and see it out, do whatever it takes to just get this frame on the board. Give himself with just a glimmer of hope.
15.
But we've all seen Shaun's post-match interviews throughout the week, and as he said, one thing he won't do is give up. He never gives up. He'll continue to dig deep and be the consummate professional. He always has done.
20.
That's always the way he's played.
21.
And he also said it's never over until it's over, which it isn't. Snooker's a funny game and things can turn around very quickly. As long as you're in there, you've got a chance.
28. 29.
So a little cannon to the red, just left of the pink, would be ideal. Leaving on the red to right corner. If he's not straight on this red, and he's slightly low, we could push the other red into play as well.
A rare spell in the chair for Judd Trump.
37. 44. 45.
It's already Trump's, or rather Murphy's, second best break of the final, which says it all, really.
The crowd enjoyed that one, seeing the red being promoted from the cushion, but this is far from easy. The cue ball close to the cushion made it difficult to really get anything on the cue ball, and that's a brilliant shot from Shaun Murphy. That's very missable. Cueing down on the ball like that, very easy to miss that one. Playing with side to check the cue ball in and out of balk as well. Fantastic shot. Again, he was willing that cue ball to pull up, and it's landed quite awkwardly. These are far from easy. Pocket out of his eye line, trusting to the line he selects. It proved to be the difference there. If that cue ball pushes out into the table a little more, it's a much easier shot than that.
It always looked just a little wide, but for now at least, he's back in the frame. 28 in front, 51 on. This really would be the final straw for Murphy if Trump can conjure a clearance here. Clearly there's a lot of work to do to make that happen. Doesn't look as though he's quite got the cannon required to make the pot.
It was tough to get on that red, really, from that cannon. He would have liked to have caught the right side of the red as we were looking at it, rather than the left side, the one he did catch. Just lacking a slight bit of pace, but wasn't really able to play it any firmer because he was quite low on the black. Millimetres away. But he's followed it up with a nice safety shot.
You made the point that he's still very much in the zone, isn't he, Trump? He's built this fantastic position. He doesn't want to give Murphy any encouragement about getting back into this final. Keeping the pressure on.
Shaun in trouble here. Obviously he's got to hit the red, but he's got to get it safe as well. There's nothing safe on this table. And if he goes two cushions and misses it, there's a chance of leaving a free ball. Well, I suppose hitting the pink helps that cause.
Bit of work for Zhu Ying to do to replace these balls.
Murphy trying to go at this red with pace, just rely on a little bit of luck to get it safe. If the past few frames have been anything to go by, Shaun may hit this red and will probably expect to leave it the way things have gone.
Just going to take a look at still frame, I think, to ensure that the cue ball is as it should be. Seems to need to come back towards the balk cushion. Oh, that's pretty much perfect, isn't it? Really handy, that technology, that little circle denoting exactly where the cue ball was. Pink also needs some adjusting. Applause from the crowd, but there still seems to be some dispute as to whether they're back as they were. Trump directing traffic out there. That's the first time we've seen Murphy smile today. Fancy having a go? Well, at least he's not lost his sense of humour, the magician. Now, where's this all ending up? We'll find out in due course. Eventually. Eventually. Maybe. Possibly.
Well, it's good to see Shaun making a little bit of a joke. If you can't laugh, you'll probably be crying. He's done well there to get the red safe, or safe-ish.
Aside from the fact that he's done the lion's share of the scoring, Trump's safety has also been in the main very good. He's keeping the pressure on Murphy, making him earn this elusive second frame. Trouble.
Big trouble, because he can't just rest up to that red on the top cushion, because he'll leave the other one. So again, having to go at the reds at pace.
Well, and miss.
Was hoping for any sort of edge on that red.
Foul and a miss, but the red is obviously on for Trump. Only 9 points behind, everything is on.
One.
Well, he's blessed with a lot of cue power, Judd. If he's pretty straight on this green, he can just bring the cue ball all the way back down this left side of the table, play for the red into right corner. Just got a little bit of angle on it. Needs to get into it. Oh, he's chipped the white. Well, it's not very often you see that from Judd Trump. As I say, he's got so much cue power. Usually that shot is effortless for Judd.
The crowd enjoyed that one. This frame is taking on an eccentric nature. Well, Murphy just desperate to get this frame on the board by hook or by crook. Could have done without that, unless he ends up with the snooker.
Oh no.
He's left it. Perhaps not as easy as it looks on screen.
Yeah, if he was right behind this, it's unmissable, but the cue ball is travelling. There's not a lot of pocket to aim at. And even potting the red, he needs to get the cue ball out of there. Otherwise, he'll be playing his colour from range. Decision time for Judd. There may not be all that value in taking this red on. Now you can see there's the miscue. That usually happens when a player miscues. Leaves the bit of the chalk on the white.
And that's another good safety from Judd Trump. Snookered again, Murphy.
Again, it'd be a fullish contact if he can. Just to try and get distance. Yeah, he's okay.
So often that double kiss proves to be very costly. Not on this occasion, happily for Murphy. He'll take anything going at the moment. He looks a little bewildered, doesn't he, about how things have unfolded today. This is not what he would have had in mind at the start of the match, given his performance against Selby. But that's a big error from Trump. Now here is the chance that Shaun Murphy has to take. Checking that the yellow passes the blue, which seems the only obvious obstacle, albeit the green is towards the top end of the table. Big visit.
1.
He's got a catalogue of facial expressions, hasn't he, Shaun Murphy? Regardless of how he's playing, he's always great value. I'm sure we'll see a bit of a smirk if he converts this chance.
I think there could be the ironic fist pump, actually.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised to see the fist pump.
No, he's just spotted that bit of chalk that Stephen referenced as a result of that dramatic miscue from Trump. Yeah, it was seemingly ingrained on the cue ball, hence some fairly vigorous polishing required to get rid of it.
Green to brown.
5.
Is obviously the shot. Needs an angle. He's played it perfectly. Nice to just come across the face of the brown from the side cushion. Well, decided to go 2 cushions there? I'm gobsmacked at where he's ended up. I mean, surely he's not had a bounce big enough to put the cue ball there. It always looked pretty pacey.
That's incredible, really, isn't it?
Dear me, that's a shocker.
Oh, but that's a great pot. That is a fantastic pot from Murphy, given what just happened with things going pear-shaped positionally. And that is the ball he needed. Terrific pot in the circumstances.
Yeah, the best of the match from Shaun Murphy so far.
Shaun Murphy, 12.
So Trump needs a snooker.
请保持安静，谢
Crowd
谢。
getting excited at the end of this session, which by and large has been one that Murphy will want to forget quickly, but he could still get out of it, only 4 behind. And should certainly win this one now. It's been a struggle once again, only his second half century of the final, and that looked like not being enough at one stage before the miscue. But the blue has gone in. And Murphy will be mighty relieved to finally get his second frame on the score sheet.
Shaun Murphy, 5.
25 the difference. It's 2 snookers for Trump, who remains in his chair. Some light relief at last for Shaun Murphy. He's still got an awful lot to do with one more frame to come. He trails 7-2. And we're building up to Paris. And so to the final frame of the first session of the Shanghai Masters final. Shaun Murphy finally has a bit of traction, closing the gap to 5, but he needs this frame just as badly. If he can win it, then there's still some hope for him when they come back tonight.
Got very close to that red. Took some cue in that from the baulk cushion. Stayed with it all the way. But Murphy has a chance at this red to the yellow bag. Oh, and he's knocked it in. Brilliant shot from Shaun.
The crowd have got really engaged in this towards the back end of this session. Bit of fun and games in the previous frame. Murphy able to crack a smile despite what has been a very frustrating session for him overall, which could still end on a positive note. And that was a brilliant initial red. And you can be sure that Judd Trump will not be taking anything for granted. Yes, he's had a great session himself, but he knows what Murphy did to Selby, and he knows he's got previous when it comes to momentous fight backs.
Little delicate cannon there just to hold the cue ball and leave himself on this red. Push the other one away from the black as well. Not the best shot he's ever played. Going to have to go around the back of the black now, maybe, unless he can get enough on the cue ball. Oh, he could, just about. Well, he'd love to go into the pack here, leaving that red just above the black where it is, as a bit of insurance, try and screw the cue ball out, knowing you're going to be on that red. Free shot to bring more reds into play.
32.
A little bit of pressure on this next one. Slightly closer to the side cushion than he would have liked. That was excellent.
33.
Yeah, that was really well navigated because that cue ball was always going close to that red. Played it perfectly. Big visit now for Shaun. He's got the reds nice. And as I say, as bad as this session has been for him, if he can get out 7-3 down, I suppose it will probably feel like a bit of a result. There's a strange psychology to these long formats. Could have been 9-1 down, but all of a sudden 7-3 doesn't feel so bad.
38.
And you expect his level to increase for the evening session. You know, he's played wonderfully all week. He's been the player of the tournament for me so far. He'll be clinging on to that hope that he can replicate that kind of form.
39.
And he's always loved the big stage, Shaun Murphy. He's a showman. In his own words, he's a show-off. He likes being the centre of attention. He likes to entertain. Some of his finest performances have come
46.
on the biggest stages, in front of a big crowd like this. He can get inspired. And when he does that, he can become very dangerous.
47.
And all of those things, you can be sure, will be in the back of Trump's mind, even though he's going to come out of this session very well placed, regardless of this frame. Murphy converts this opportunity, starts fast this evening. We could yet be in for something special.
$54. $55.
If you'd have offered Judd 7-3 before this match, the way Shaun Murphy has played this week, he'd have probably said, where do you sign me up? Because it's a healthy lead. But just the way Shaun has finished this, kept his hopes alive, it will just give something for Judd to think about. But of course, we know how good a winner Judd Trump has become. Won 5 events last season. Be looking to kickstart his campaign this year with another trophy, one that he's not yet got his name on.
The other thing that might be in the back of Trump's mind is that he had exactly this lead over John Higgins back in 2012 and lost in a decider. He's lost twice in the final frame in this tournament. And this sport has a habit of reminding you of your worst moments, even when you're in a great position. All of this is theoretical at the moment. Murphy is going to have to raise his game appreciably. First things first, clinch this frame, and he's on the cusp of doing it. This black will suffice for back-to-back frames. And you've got to give him credit. We know what a fighter he is. He made that point after his comeback victory over Selby, that he never quits. He'll always give it everything, even if the cause looks hopeless, as it was beginning to look at 7-1 down. But he's finishing what has been a frustrating afternoon here in Shanghai on the front foot.
81.
Now the chance to sign off with a century.
Yeah, he's done very well here, Shaun. You can tell he's just found a little something towards the end of this by how he puts his chalk back in his chalk pocket. He really puts it back in there with authority, doesn't he, when he's in the groove again?
Yeah, the whole Murphy swagger around the table is always a barometer of how he's feeling. We haven't seen that swagger today, but maybe
96.
we could yet in the decisive session tonight. Terrific recovery shot to keep the century on track. Started this break with a lovely long red, and there it is. Murphy.
Give us the nod, Shaun. Give us the nod. There it is.
He didn't disappoint. Belatedly finding the form that did for Selby. But better late than never.
Brilliant. Brilliant end to the session, because he's really been put through it. He's had to stand up and find something, and he has done. He's at least kept his hopes alive.
And that Brown in the previous frame, when he botched the position on frame ball, was gutsy as well. At that stage, Trump might have been entertaining a 9-1 session, and then the match is over. 7-3, it's not. Take nothing away from Trump's performance. He's been rock solid, and he's been pretty ruthless in punishing Murphy's many errors in the early frames, but he knows the job is far from done.
121.
And all of a sudden he looks like Shaun Murphy again. The action is back.
126.
For whatever reason, he's looked subdued for a lot of this session, but he's finishing it in the right way.
130.
And we could yet be in for a grandstand finish tonight. It's close. Oh, unlucky. It's been Judd Trump's afternoon in Shanghai, and he smiles as he shakes Shaun Murphy's hand, but Murphy's given himself a glimmer by winning back-to-back frames, including a century, his 5th of the tournament. But it's Trump who's 4 away from the title. He leads by 7 frames to 3. Well, that's made things a good deal more interesting for these fans coming back this evening for the conclusive session of this Shanghai Masters final. It was looking like a procession for Judd Trump. Somewhat less so now that Murphy has won those final 2 frames and finishing the session as well on the high of a century break. As we look at the stats, of course, predominantly they're in favour of Trump, who's made a couple of tons himself for a total of 9 in this tournament. He's been outstanding and he's very much in control. But Murphy's just given him something to think about in the gap between sessions. And of course, we will be back at 12:30 UK time for the conclusion of this Shanghai Masters final. Dave Hendon and Neil Foles will be here to bring you the climax of
hand, it takes a stand, wielded with power in the night's embrace. Out come the scepter, leaving his trace. In the halls of wisdom, he gleams with pride, a tool forced by the alchemist's side, striking fear with a single blow. Alchemist.
Thank you. Frame 11, Judd Trump to break.
Judd Trump on top in the Shanghai Masters final. He leads Shaun Murphy 7-3. It's first to 11 to become champion. It was 7-1, so even though it's a great lead, he may have left the arena feeling it could have been even bigger. Shaun Murphy dug himself out of a bit of trouble at the end of the afternoon, but there's still a lot more digging, Neil, to be done this evening.
There is, as you say, 7-1. You're looking at putting the match completely away at that point with 2 frames left, which he hasn't done. Murphy's a dangerous player, not only this week from being behind towards the end of a match, but I think over his career he almost frees him up to play with less pressure on him. So I'm not writing off a comeback. There's still 4 frames that Judd Trump needs to win. It's still a long way off the winning target. Very thin contact there. See if his long game is still in the same form it's been all week. And when he's playing well, he doesn't miss anything at that sort of range. It wasn't a clean pot, but a good start all the same for Judd.
Yeah, he must be feeling good after yesterday, the victory over O'Sullivan, and indeed how well he played in the first session here.
I think the burst of unanswered points basically put that match away, despite it being,
6.
you know, the first to 10 match against the man who wins here every time in Shanghai, O'Sullivan. Just that burst of frames really took him away from O'Sullivan.
He's caught the green there, but he is still on a red. These early frames clearly very, very important. Important for Murphy to try and stay in touch and make it closer.
Yeah, that one didn't really threaten the pocket, as you saw. He didn't wobble, and as Dave said, he caught the green previously on the blue, so he never got behind the red as was intended. But it wasn't all that close. I think he's a better player when he's able to stun the ball in with a bit of pace and just rolling them.
Brilliant cueing. We saw Murphy's introduction. He loves being part of these big occasions. He wasn't part of that many last season, was he? He didn't have a good season. But already, as the new season begins here, is in a big final. And you could see, as he goes into the reds here, he was up for it for sure.
I think this is the point, though, isn't it? He's going to come out attacking, makes him a very dangerous player. And if he's not on one here, he'll be unlucky, because he couldn't have given it more chance. But that overhead suggests, unless there's a plant, there's not much else.
Yeah, rather rueful look on Shaun's face there, because he played the aggressive shot. If he gets on one, great chance to win what would be third frame on the bounce.
I mentioned it the other day on the famous comeback in the previous round against Mark Selby, that I always think about that match he played in the World Championships, 12-7 behind against Matthew Stevens, and won all the remaining frames, first to 13, to win it, and he just kept going. Every frame was the same, just an onslaught of brilliance, and I thought at the point where it got really tight, that was all going to change, but it didn't do so. So he has got previous for comebacks. certainly be good for the crowd if there's a prolonged session this evening, because you can sense the anticipation, the oohs and ahs even from that last shot. Very popular in this part of the world, these events.
One.
Well, he could have been better on a colour, but if the green goes in, this time it would be unlikely that he wouldn't finish on the red next up. But this pot is not simple.
Four.
Coming into the match, the head-to-head was 14 wins to Trump, 9 to Murphy. That includes 2 wins at the Crucible for Shaun Murphy.
5.
That was the other comeback, wasn't it, against Karen Wilson in the semis in 2021, where it wasn't quite as far behind, but it was the way he did it. He created such momentum, such a kind of feeling in the arena, that in the end he looked unstoppable.
Well, surely not, because it doesn't appear that he's on one. I don't know what he did try there. It seemed that he was going to stun through the ball. Don't see where else he could have finished but where he has. A real grimace, because he's made all the running in the part of a frame tonight and he's still not really in a position of any strength. Wonder what he played. I would have thought he'd gone to the bottom of the cue ball and finished slightly to the left of the pink spot to at least have a shot at the red.
Shaun Murphy,
So he's not
11.
hurt Trump at all with 2 promising visits of the table, just a 10-point lead.
Shaun Murphy, 4.
Well, immediately he's got a 3rd chance.
A bit of an overused cliche in matches, but I think in this case it's absolutely right that he has to win this mini session. I mean, we always say it, but from a fairly precarious position, anything but at least 3 of these opening 4 frames sees him with nowhere to go, really, not in the context of this match. So effectively, this is chance number 3 in this frame already. It's more that he's run out of position rather than missed anything, but has he run out of position again? You're kidding. Well, that is, I don't think I've ever seen that. Murphy punched the table, but I can understand why, because he's been in 3 times. He's not missed a ball, but he's dropped the cue ball out of position on every occasion. The first unluckily, the last 2 not unluckily through his own fault. Not sure. Have you ever seen him punch the table, Dave?
No, and it shows you how frustrating a game snooker can be if Shaun Murphy's punching the table. But it is, as you say, because that was his 3rd chance. He's still only 23 in front in the frame.
I don't mind it in the case of Murphy, because you know, he's a great competitor, but you know he sometimes is very professional at the end of a bitter defeat, and you think, well, how much does he want it? Well, I think he does want it. He's just very good in situations where he has to be good when he loses, but out there, you know, he wants to win as much as anybody, and that last little gesture, I think, proved it.
Yeah, he's good at keeping his emotions in check normally. Anyway, he at least just took a breath and got the white to the cushion.
Problem is, you do feel as a player, in my case a former player, that if you get 3 or 4 chances which you don't take, you feel that your opponent on the first opportunity is going to mop up and win the frame. That's so often the way it goes. Well, that is a good safety shot at least. Couldn't have played it any better. It's a great follow-up safety shot from Trump. That is first-class safety. Sometimes shots of that difficulty can go unnoticed. This is the point you feel that you might be cursed if you don't take your chances. Of course, the blue not being on its spot, he's almost played it the natural line as if the blue was on its spot, and of course he would have missed it and the safety shot would have been effective. So it could be, as I say, now that the chances have gone astray, Trump with an even better one might need a second opportunity.
Trump wants to win every tournament, of course, but he's always enjoyed coming to Shanghai. Still yet to win it. 3 runners-up spots, including 2 deciders. And, of course, the first of those in 2012, he was 7-2 up to John Higgins, lost 10-9. This is a slightly longer match, but he was 7-1 up earlier here. Yes, that's not bad. A little nudge on the red. Any more of the red that he nudged, he wouldn't be quite so nicely on this pink. I said it earlier in the week that, you know, one thing you know about Judd Trump is that he's going to win something this season.
22.
I don't suppose he's going to go for a barren season anymore with nothing coming his way. And even if he wins 23. This week here in Shanghai, that won't be the end of it. He's sure to pick up trophies because he treats them all the same, whatever the event. I don't know if the scores are updating a little slowly for his liking or not. Clicked away there.
30. $31.
He's still got work to do.
38.
Red and the black will be 27 in it, so still needing 2 more reds after this one. And the colour.
39.
Natural angle to head across down the left side of the table, and he might just not play the cannon here. The left-hander, he could reach across with a choice of reds. That's what he's done. So an important frame that he might have stolen. Almost against the run of early play during the course of the frame.
Well, that man was in with 3 scoring visits, but it just didn't really come to much. Ooh, that red
47.
struggled in. He needs the last of the open ones for 8-3.
Yeah, that's beautifully played. I mean, you've only got 1 ball to play on in the middle, but the pinpoint accuracy, which kind of does seal the frame, I think. This is almost unmissable now. So
55.
it's kind of turned out to be the case. Those 3 chances they've mentioned, and your opponent gets a chance because of an unlucky and off and gets the frame one. And if Murphy was frustrated at the start of the frame, or when he punched the table, he won't be any less so now sitting down in his chair.
51.
Just looks so awkward, doesn't he, playing that shot, leaning down there, playing it right-handed, because if he was right-handed, he wouldn't even need the rest. So he looks a bit awkward. Murphy, I mean, he's surely got to carry on, hasn't he? 42 in it, if that's correct.
I think they just... Well, I assume our score is the same as the one in the arena. There seems to be some confusion.
A 42 in it. He will need to play on. I mean, the problem is he has to pop this red, really. I mean, he'd love to keep the red out. Something's not right with the scoreboard, because the equation is simple if you've got the scores in front of you, as we do.
1.
And also, brown and blue are nicely placed, a good target to aim behind. But he's going to need 2 snookers on the colours. And I should think you'll get one here.
8. Shaun for 8.
Wasn't one of his best. Needed it to miss the black.
Well, that ends that, I suspect.
5 frames, a big chunk of frames in deficit, isn't it? Let's be honest. Match is clearly not over yet, but it's a long way to come back from. Especially as he hasn't enjoyed that frame very much either.
No, we saw frustration from Shaun Murphy. He was, in the end, beaten to the punch in the first frame of the day. Judd Trump extends his lead. 8-3. He needs 3 more, and he's champion. So 8-3 it is to Trump, and Shaun Murphy, if he does get in early in the next, has got to stay in. We know he can reel frames off in one visit and look $1 million doing it, but that is the game he needs to find, surely, to stand a chance of turning this round now. So Shaun Murphy was hoping for a good start, but he's lost the opening frame of the night. 8-3, Judd Trump leads, first to 11, is champion here in Shanghai. Judd Trump's breakthrough, of course, came at the China Open in 2011 in Beijing. He's won sundry titles in China, including 2 last season when we returned after the enforced break. But this would complete the set if he could add the Shanghai Masters. And it would be his 40th professional title. But he left that red. It was a great pot.
I think both these two had a very similar profile when they first turned professional. I mean, Judd was the most brilliant junior player, and he had to wait to become a professional, and then he went through a few years of not able to get through the qualifiers. Of course, Shaun turned professional age 15, and everyone spoke about him glowingly. Didn't happen overnight with him either, and then he burst onto the scene like Judd by becoming champion of the world. I mean, the year that Judd won in China that you mentioned, he came in at the Crucible as a qualifier and went all the way to the final, didn't he? So amazing. All of a sudden, everything sprung into life for the pair of these at once. I first saw him play when he was in his first season of professional, Shaun Murphy, and it was just apparent he had the most beautiful cue action. You thought, well, he's going to go somewhere in the game, and then people kind of went off the scent for a couple of years. It was hard for anyone to get through those matches. Anyway, here's the bunch open. Not as much as he would hope for. I think the frustrations continued a little bit here.
19.
Might just be able to get through. Yeah, good shot. It wasn't nice red to do left. Only just went.
Yeah, he actually played Trump in the first round of the World Championship in 2007. Judd was still a teenager, and Murphy, of course, had been champion then, but still played the very open game. I think the person who that operates the safety success stats took the day off because there wasn't a lot of tactical play.
$26. $31.
No, there's a red on the pink spot. Go to the middle. No, a little wave of the hands. You can't quite believe that with all these chances, he's not getting on enough balls to continue the breaks. I'm not sure quite why that is. He's desperate to get in amongst them, but something's going wrong every time. He knows that a 31-point lead is it's quite meaningless, but he's not worth a great deal.
Shaun Murphy, 31.
Now he's left a possible red. If this red goes in, he'll be sitting there stewing.
I think the tendency always when you get a match like this before it starts is to just assume it'll be close because they're evenly matched. But equally, they're both so good that one can dominate. Judd Trump, for example, he was on the wrong side of that last season at the Champion of Champions when Mark Allen beat him easily. We've not actually had a decider in a final on the World Snooker Tour since January 2023, so 18 months ago. In a final, that is.
Not touching, I don't think. Murphy would, of course, be playing directly away very easily if that was the case. Yeah, this spells trouble, actually. There is perhaps a way to hit the left side of the cluster, but the blue might be covering the finished contact on that red. The other question, of course, is can he see a red full ball? I'm not sure whether he can. No, this might help us. Well, that's open to debate, which may come into the equation if there were a couple of balls missed. No, the table's quick, but I say, surely it won't reach, but it's only about a millimetre short in the end. I was thinking that was going to be 6 inches short of pace. Absolutely rapid, the bed of the cloth.
So Zhu Ying, the referee, places the cue ball.
My gut feeling looking at that player view is that there isn't the full ball contact on the red, but it is ever so close, which, should he miss again, we'll maybe find out more. Although, I think he'll manage to get a bit more on the cue ball this time and make contact. Well, he's definitely hit it harder. Well, can you believe that? He will be hopping mad that he's left that one.
So Trump 27 behind as he comes to the table with another scoring opportunity, and it seems things are kind of conspiring against Murphy now after his failure in the opening frame to make the most of those chances.
The key shot for me in all of that, and we not wishing to go back too far, but he potted a pink to right middle.
8.
And he sort of stunned the cue ball through and looked surprised, but I don't know what red he was playing on, because there was his moment to stop all of that. If he'd have screwed back, surely he had a red available. The others maybe a little unlucky, but as you say, the wheels falling off a little bit was a bit of a comeback which has been stopped in its tracks.
Fourteen. 15. 20. 21.
Just got a shot there of the two reds below the pink spot, now clearly available to right corner and left middle, and Murphy he hasn't forgotten what's gone before, which is what you're supposed to do. But, well, that's easy to say. Thinking back on shots in his mind, he came out all guns blazing tonight, and he's not really got far with any of it.
Yeah, Shaun Murphy's a great player and a very confident character, and I'm sure he came out tonight feeling he was going to play well from the off and really put the pressure on Judd Trump, but it's not happened yet.
It's not happened yet at all, but if he was to win this frame, you think the pressure's not really on Trump very much at all. Occasionally, it doesn't happen often in tournaments other than the World Championships, but occasionally the lead becomes so great that there's an air of inevitability about the situation. Although, of course, Luca Brazil turned a 9-frame deficit down to win a world semi-final in 23. Those things don't happen very often.
45.
No, if Trump does win this frame, then that target you mentioned of Murphy winning the mini session can't happen. And in fact, the match could be over before the interval.
$50. $51.
So the black to lead by 31. Another red in the colour should see him to 9-3. I was thinking about when he played Murphy in 2007. He's very raw, of course. He was still, as I say, a teenager at the time, 17 actually. But he really has become such a great all-round player. And part of that is the poise 59. On these big occasions. And he's becoming more and more accustomed to coming home with the trophy. 5 ranking titles last season.
He'd love to add this to his CV, wouldn't he? He's won in all parts of the world, including China, but here in Shanghai, it's all about O'Sullivan in the last few years. So the lead is the point where a snooker is required. Then he's got this awkward shot again. But the lead is growing all the time.
Can't quite make another century, but the 9 he's made in the tournament, that's actually a record for the Shanghai Masters. Ronnie O'Sullivan has twice made 8. Out really, but now it's back to work, it's back to business as usual for Judd Trump, who's playing some great stuff, and he's looking the very likely winner of this Shanghai Masters now. Well, he's been on a tour, and the cue ball doing the same.
81.
And the crowd loving every minute.
Judd Trump, 86.
So an 86 from Judd Trump, piling on the misery here against Shaun Murphy, who had to make a good start to the night, but it's Judd Trump who's won the first 2, and he leads 9-3 with 2 more needed to become champion. Well, I suspect Murphy will still get plenty of support here because the crowd have been looking forward to this final session, maybe, you know, for months since they bought the tickets. And, of course, as with any match, you want to see it go close and excitement. But that's not to say they're not appreciating Judd Trump's performance here. So Judd Trump looking good to become our champion here in Shanghai. He leads 9-3, 2 more needed. They did play in a final in China back in 2019, the International Championship. Trump won easily that day, 10-3.
The red could certainly have come out from the cushion and been an easy opening pot.
Well, another trudge back to his chair from Shaun Murphy. Now, as that red at the very end there just messed things up for Trump. Murphy was convinced he'd left something on, but I think that red had just come in the way of the one near the pocket.
Well, if so, he probably feels he deserves something to go his way. Would have been a good chance otherwise. Hard to think that he would have gone to the table not fancying winning the frame, but if you can't pot the first ball, you're not going to do that. Yes, that seemed a pretty easy snooker to lay, and it's not really that easy to hit and leave ball safe anyway. Well, he's a left-hander, he can reach this, so again it's not worked out well. Might have got away with the first one, but not this one. Good shot. He didn't quite know how to play it. You'd love to have been able to run through on the black, but the angle was not there. Again, this better the table. It's lightning. He's just held up.
6.
And he'd be pleased to know he can run down on the black here. The angle this time is seemingly perfect. And if he gets around the black spot, he could make a lot here.
7.
So what a chance this is. It's a question of now, has the black got its own spot? Well, it goes on the pink spot. Wow, I didn't know this pink spot was free. Because the black is covered, so now the black's buried. I was thinking maybe up on the yellow.
$15. 20.
Yes, and what looked a good chance with the black where it is, he's not looking quite so big now, but to say he won't be able to get those balls into play at the first chance. Slightly complicated break. Just can't get over the speed of the table still. You know, it would have been recovered after the quarterfinals were completed, but the balls are just racing along.
$26.
He looked at the red at the bottom of the bunch, but there was no guarantees positionally, even if the red went. I didn't mean that little nudge because it means he's not top side of the blue. So the break is coming, you would think, towards an end. He was a bit nervous about saying that with trumps at the table, but to keep it going, he's going to take something here. Look at the shot he's tried. That's incredible. That is incredible. Can't think many players would have got the reds open from this position, but you see the way they just parted there.
38.
Still, the problem of the black being completely out of the game has not really changed, but he might be able to just keep going for a bit longer. Now, has he gone far enough? Because the pink will go on its own spot, could be in the way of the red.
44.
Wasn't a great shot for once. A lot of room to the left of where the cue ball is now. Oh, that's a good shot. Really left hand side. And he hit it quite hard. Usually you have to roll those. Now, into the bunch. It's been a difficult break.
Well, it's felt like the cue ball has needed its own passport during this frame. It's been on its travels, hasn't it? But my word, hasn't he kept it going brilliantly? And now the balls are at his mercy.
He's the one player that does make breaks of this kind. You know, you think about there's so many ways to make a sizable break. Often players like O'Sullivan or Ding Junhui very controlled. And the players mightn't have the cue ball under great control themselves, but this has been different again. It's been way out of position a few times. When he won the world title, there were many breaks of this kind, but this has been quite special.
Yeah, once the black got tied up, then it was hard work.
64.
But he's found a way, and this red, and he's going to be on the brink of becoming champion here in Shanghai. He's a real one-off trump. He's a great talent. All the natural talent is there, but he's also worked so hard.
70.
And one of the things that has helped him become a serial winner, which is what he is now, is just curbing some of the the flare shots and playing sensible snooker to get into positions to kill frames off like this. He's also, of course, developed a real taste for winning. Why wouldn't you? And this looks like being a golden start to the campaign.
79.
Chance to make another century. It would be his 10th of the tournament.
$84. 85. 92. 93.
Well, how he's got to the century ball, I don't know. It was so tough early on. Helps when you're brilliant, I suppose, which he is. Judd Trump with his 3rd century of the final, his 10th of the tournament.
100.
And this is now really a victory lap, you feel. Shaun Murphy needed to try and close the gap early on, put pressure on. He hasn't done that. Trump's one away from adding the Shanghai Masters to a long list now of
105.
tournament victories.
A very impressive list. I keep thinking about that shot in the blue that he played. Just the wrong side of it. I don't think he had anywhere near enough angle to generate the pace to open the reds, but he did so. And he hit the reds and just split perfectly at the top. It was an incredible shot. From a point where it looked as if the break had nowhere to go.
So 114 from Judd Trump, who just had to do so much work early on to keep it going and make what will, of course, be a perfect start to the new season. Last season he earned 1.1 million, of course 5 ranking titles, no ranking points here, but 210,000 and just an immediate boost of confidence as the campaign gets underway. Some big titles to contend for, of course. The new one in Saudi Arabia, that's $500,000 to the winner. The home nations actually have all been increased. The Masters has been increased, so it could be a record-breaking season. Who knows? Right now, it's about this next frame.
Frame 14. Shaun Murphy to break. About a miss. Shaun Murphy 4.
They're looking to glance it extremely thin left side, because if you get too much of the red, the cue ball goes close to the left corner. And he's getting another go at it. the same again. He's got to try and just clip it. It's got to be very thin, this contact. That'll do. I suppose he'd have been quite lucky to be on the black. Really, he had no control over it. Would have summed up the evening's work, though, for his opponent had he done so.
Judd Trump won.
But he's followed up with a proper safety shot. Put Murphy in trouble. That's the only way to play. Well, he left one from a similar sort of shot in an earlier frame. Called out by the speed of the table. Has it happened again? No. So he's going to push more the red and beyond, leave a shot at the right-hand red, but that's not happened. I don't know if there's any way of potting the red close to the right corner and getting on the black, because it appears from that view the black might just go past the red, although it would be tight. No, he's not playing it, he's playing the shot to nothing red instead. An error from Trump, not that many of those have been made today. In fact, over the course of the last couple of days, I mean, 10-3 victory over Ronnie O'Sullivan, and the same scoreline leading here. These pretty emphatic wins, aren't they? Or scorelines anyway, at the very highest level.
Six.
Yeah, we saw the overhead, and clearly the black passes the red. Slightly tricky cueing here. It's not difficult down the cushions on this table.
14.
Got to hit it fractionally harder than he would like to from over a ball. Causes him no problem.
15. $22. 23. $30. 31. 38.
So a low angle on the black to enable him to get into the bunch of reds. And they've been spreading really
39.
nicely the whole way through this Shanghai Masters. And again there. Perfect.
46.
Well, if only he'd done this in the first frame of the night, he had all those chances. He still would have been trailing, but you never know. He could have applied a bit of pressure. Well, like any player, he's proud and wants to make this final last as long as possible, at least take it to the interval here by winning this frame.
47.
Of course, the week started not promisingly because Shaun Murphy arrived in Shanghai. His cue didn't. Took a day to be reunited with it. Played some terrific stuff, though. Beaten John Higgins and Mark Selby. Zhou Yulong as well.
54. 55. 62. 63.
Little check of the scores. He's 66 in front, so pink to win his first frame of the night, but it's also, of course, his only frame of the night. It was a bit of a hold your breath moment there, wasn't it? There's a few not sure that was going to be in.
70.
As he came out tonight
71.
looking confident, hopeful of a comeback, but I suppose the fact that it's taken him the fourth frame of the session to win one, well, that hope's gone really, but you do no more than pot the balls in front of you. But I would say that even the most wildly optimistic Shaun Murphy fan would not be thinking this is about to be turned around. You never know until you try, I suppose.
78.
It's been a good break, this.
Well, every reason to suppose he'll make his 6th century of the tournament.
86. 92.
And fair play to him, you know, you could have understood it if he came out in this frame and almost wanted it to be over, but he's not made like that, Shaun Murphy. He loves performing, he loves entertaining, he loves making big breaks. And he's made a century here to extend the match.
100. 101. 102.
So 135 is as many as you can make here. Barry Hawkins' breakers held firm, 141, which I must say I didn't think was going to find its way to the high break prize, but still can be beaten. Of course, there are at least one more frame to play after this one, but I suppose he would feel a bit disappointed now, Barry, if he eventually got pipped on the post. Anyway, great break that.
Yeah. It may be too late, but Shaun Murphy, with his second century of the final, the fifth in total of this final, he needed to win the mini session, but in fact it was Judd Trump who... Players are back after the interval with Judd Trump poised surely to become Shanghai Masters champion. 10-4, the lead over Shaun Murphy. It was 7-3 when they resumed. Trump won the first three of the night. Murphy the last before that mid-session break. 5 centuries altogether, 3 from Trump, 2 from Murphy. He'll do his best to try and make this closer, but surely going to be Trump's night. Even so, what a terrific initial red is on the black.
Yeah, you start looking back at all of the great comebacks, don't you, of sort of snooker history. That's what you're speaking about, the Hendry Masters victory from 8-2 down, I suppose, and not a final, but that match at the Crucible where Nigel Bond was 9-2 down against, of all people, actually, Cliff Thorburn, won the match 10-9. They're the kind of numbers, and the fact that I only think of a couple in all those years. There may have been 1 or 2 others like that, but it doesn't happen very often.
Well, funnily enough, Murphy himself has done it. He won a final in China against Ding from 8-2 down, 9-8.
Was that Wuxi?
Yeah, it wasn't a ranking event, but even so, it was Ding's hometown, so it maybe wasn't the most popular comeback.
17.
But he has done it in a final.
It's like anything else, I suppose. If you're Judd Trump, you accept that frames are going to be lost, and if he loses 2 or 3, even then it's still... And you sort of get a little bit nervous if you've got to about 10-7, perhaps. Then you'd be starting to think, hang on a minute, what's happening here? Anyway, we'll just enjoy Shaun Murphy's break building. And you know, he is a dangerous player.
25.
His scoring is very much back to his best this week.
Yes, I mean, regardless of what happens for the rest of the session, there's brilliant early signs
32.
this season for Shaun Murphy. It's the way he's cueing, the way he's playing. Well, you could see his eyes on the cue ball there. Please just get me on the black.
Yeah, I mean, he did lose control of it a little bit. If Barry Hawkins is back in the UK and watching this, quite whereabouts in the world he might be right now, but reds and blacks would have not been pleasurable to his viewing, hoping that his break of 141 holds. Strangely, there was a 147 made by Shaun O'Sullivan involving a thin cut. It was just slightly the other side into the right corner, but it was really thin. Maybe not quite as thin as this. I don't think he's even going for this. No, playing safe.
Thank you. Shaun Murphy, 33.
Playing safe, but has he got it safe? I don't know if that left-hand red will cut back. It would be mighty thin. Judd's had a look at it and he seems to think it doesn't, or certainly isn't looking to play it. Sometimes you can force players like Judd Trump into a pot because they haven't really got anything else but a pot available. This is one of those cases. He certainly played it with a view to getting the cue ball out of harm's way.
Again, BDI was on the cue ball there, but he's okay.
Yeah, it'd have been unlucky not to be on something. Now, chance to win another frame.
4.
Yeah, he needs a good season. I mean, this is not a ranking event, but when they start up, you can have points coming off, particularly towards the end of the season, the Players and Tour Championship from 2 seasons ago that he won. The same issue Neil Robertson had. And as Neil found out, if you don't get those points on,
11.
your ranking plummets, and of course he dropped out the top 16.
12.
Yeah, of course, yeah. You get people saying that, you know, you're sure to get back on in the end if you're Neil Robertson back into the top flight. But there is no guarantees, really. I mean, he's in the mire a little bit, so he'd have to win something,
19.
which he can do, but a few deep runs, as he found out towards the end of last season, he was so far back that was not even going to be enough to get him to the Crucible. Of course, he missed out. Didn't even qualify. And hard to imagine. But there's no assurances in this game, not anymore.
28.
So he's almost there. Either side of the mid-session interval, looks like he's going to pick a frame up.
Yeah, he set his stall out to attack, and that is, of course, his best game anyway.
35. 36. 43.
Well, for those of you just joining us, this is the final of the Shanghai Masters, and Shaun Murphy is extending it. He was in trouble trailing 7-3, needed a good start to the session, didn't have it. Judd Trump went 10-3 up. Murphy, though, made a century in the pre-interval frame, and he's already guaranteed to win this one. So it's going to be 10-5. It's first to 11. So Trump 1 away from victory.
52.
just enough on for another century. It's been 5 in the match. I'm sure Shaun Murphy wishes he could have started the night like this, put pressure on early on, reeling frames off.
60. $67. 68.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Very solidly punched the middle.
74.
So he knows he could take a pink there and not
76.
give him less of a chance to make the century, which will entertain the crowds. And I think he'll give it the old nod again if and when he gets there, to all corners of the
79.
arena here in Shanghai, to acknowledge the clapping he's sure to get. So putting on a show as ever. I wouldn't expect anything less of Shaun Murphy, actually.
Well, for what it's worth, we've never, in this tournament, the Shanghai Masters, had a match with 6 centuries, so it shows you how high quality it's been. It just seems that Murphy's best form is arriving a little late. Even so, this has been very impressive. So this black for 101, his 3rd century of the final. As ever, he acknowledges the crowd and they acknowledge him. Ran through that frame in no time at all. So although he's still trailing, he's starting to play some really good stuff. Trump's lead is reduced to 10-5. Murphy's made his 8th century of the tournament. He's 3rd of the final, he's 2nd in as many frames. But he's still trailing 10-5 to Judd Trump. Of course, did all his damage early on in this match. And indeed early on this evening when he pulled away to 10-3. But I guess if it is to turn round, it's going to be one visit stuff, which Shaun Murphy just demonstrated he can certainly pull off with the best of them.
And when you miss that ball to the top jaw, the red is coming back towards the cue ball. You're never sure. But he's not necessarily had a great rub of the green tonight, I don't think, Murphy, but he may got away with that one. Got to play a different red here, Trump. Maybe a double. It's an amazing shot because he had to really watch that cue ball. He had to ensure the cue ball, A, finished on the black, and B, finished in front of that red, covering by the blacks, because, you know, and all that's enough usually to make you miss the double.
Well, time sort of stood still there, didn't it? Everyone was just watching that red to see it was on target.
No, it was a very good shot.
So this is his chance to get it won.
8. Nine. 16. 17. 24. 25.
And again, that cue ball just races on, which means he might have to play a lower value colour. I mean, he can play the blue, but what he'd be thinking about was maybe getting behind that red up the table, which means yellow again. Just a question of getting the screw right here, and he hasn't done it. Wanted to be on it in the middle.
27. 28.
He's lost the cue ball a tiny bit, but not too bad. If the black goes in, and there's always the danger, you put so much into hitting the bunch that you can miss these blacks. And he played it gently. If anything, too gently. Often Judd will go in
35.
in a big way into the bunch, and now nothing's really open, so the break probably ends. No plants appear to be there.
I'm sure he would have loved to have won with another century, but he, bottom line, just wants to win. 35 the lead. It's open reds up, so be looking realistically for one more opening now, Trump. They've left a chance here, though, for Shaun Murphy. He's always loved coming to Shanghai. He's lost 3 finals here, including 2 deciders. But barring a snooker, he's going to get his hands on that trophy. But Murphy will get the chance to play for it.
Yes, he'll come back to the table. And of course, one snooker, not impossible, if the right opportunity came his way. I think with the red below the black there, in fact there's 2 there, but Judd will not be feeling he's over the line just yet, because if you give a chance, then the snooker is very easy on either of those reds if it becomes the last red that are below the black. Anyway, we're not at that stage yet, but the match isn't quite done and dusted. Say 99% done and dusted, given that he's still 5 frames in front also. The target is 11, not 10.5. He can land on something big.
1.
You're going to have to play the blue. Can't afford to give any more points over playing anything low value.
Yeah, but now If he pots the blue, he'll be 63 behind, 59 on. So it's effectively 2 snookers, really. But in fact, it'd be 62, wouldn't it? So it'd still be 1, but even so, it's got to go in. And it hasn't.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Yeah, Murphy will not just shake hands, he'll allow Trump to have the victory lap, if you like. These are the moments you dream of, aren't they, as a player? The match is won. You're at the table and you know that when the break ends, if it ends, before clearance, and the opponent is going to shake your hand. So these are the moments you dream about in snooker.
Well, he won 5 ranking titles last season. This isn't a ranking event, but it's one very highly prized because of its elite nature.
7.
And Judd Trump will have it on his CV, and it will be his 40th professional title. And he's played terrifically well. Beat Mark Williams, Si Wei, of course, Ronnie O'Sullivan, 10-3. Ronnie, the man here in Shanghai, winning the last 4. But Trump came through that one comfortably and made the great start to the final, 7-1, and then again the great start to the second session, winning the first 3, and after that it just looked inevitable he would get over the line.
21.
The first of how many this season? That's the question. There's plenty of titles to contend for.
Yes, and I think he'll play in most. You know, he plays in, without naming the events that are not as big as the Shanghai Masters, he'll put all his effort into the ones he does play in, because he's won a lot of them before, so he always goes out there with a view to winning each event like it's the biggest
29.
that he can win.
31.
Yeah, he sees a trophy, he wants to win it. It's a great attitude. It's the attitude the great players have always had.
I mean, he generates a phenomenal amount of cue speed. So much cue power. The cue comes through so quickly. I think it comes around his body a little bit. That's why he can play all these extraordinary shots. Physically, other players just can't play them because they can't get that cue moving with the same speed through the ball.
Judd Trump makes a perfect start to the new snooker season. And for the first time, he is the Shanghai Masters champion. Well, on another day, I guess Murphy covers that, but he did miss the red, so it could have finished anywhere.
He might have played his last shot, mightn't he? I think a lot will depend on this next shot, on one of the bolt colours. If he can land behind that red at the base of the cluster of, how many, 8, into the right corner, then you feel that it could be close to the end, this match, this final. I don't think he feels he's quite right on any of the bolt colours here. A bit straight on the yellow to get there. The brown, you have to punch it around. The angle's fairly wide. So back to the yellow. He'd have to, I think, force this to get down the left side. He wants to be on the left of the table rather than the right of the table. But to do it off the yellow, he'd have to really stun it hard. So he's back on the brown. Played a very delicate little shot positionally. If this goes, that is a very good shot indeed. Better than it might have looked. Perfectly played. And you kind of know the blue might be in the way of 2 cushions on that shot. You can see the area. You can see why he wanted to finish on that side. 3 reds all lined up.
Well, it's a very exciting time for the game and indeed for the top players. Judd Trump will be 35 next month. That was the age Ray Reardon was when he turned professional. The opportunities were not there in the 1960s, but he and the players of that time were the ones who created the opportunities for the players that came after them. And in turn, those players have gradually raised the bar in terms of standard and indeed taken the game around the world. Of course, we lost Ray this weekend, very sadly, but he's established a fine legacy in the game, and the modern players, of course, are trying to do the same. Judd Trump targeting yet another tournament win here.
On the brink now, and especially if the pink goes here, you can just see enough of the pink to pot it, so very close to the winning line. And the Shanghai Masters is not on his CV currently as a win, and he won most other things all around the world, so it would be something he would enjoy greatly. And he's on the verge. It's been something O'Sullivan has won for many years now, this tournament, whether it be a ranking event or invitational. This is a tricky one, just to get the pink right in behind its own spot. That looks spot on, doesn't it? Just a fraction to the right, but that's all. Yeah, it's been a terrific event, high prestige, and like you say, a great way to kind of start the season. And there's already been an event, but a lot of terrific snooker to come over the next few months up until the World Championships. But this is a
strong and grand. In the alchemist's hand it takes a stand, wielded with power in the night's embrace. Alchemist scepter leaving its trace in the heart.